Welcome to this July 20th, 2021 meeting of the Santa Barbara City Council. I will call us to order and we'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Ms. Clerk, if you would call the roll, please.
Councilmember Alejandra Gutierrez.
Here.
Councilmember Harmon. Councilmember Snedden. Oh, Councilmember Harmon.
She said here, but didn't have her microphone on.
Very good. Councilmember Snedden. Councilmember Friedman.
Here.
Councilmember Jordan.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Oscar Gutierrez.
Present.
Mayor Murillo.
Here. Thank you very much. So a note to the public that we are continuing our virtual format with our city council meetings. We had looked to having our meetings return to the chambers, but in light of the county public health recent recommendation and concerns about indoor activities and the emergence of the Delta variant and the increase of COVID-19 cases, we will continue to meet virtually and we'll assess as we go along, trying to keep everybody healthy. So thanks for your understanding. We have ceremonial items. Ms. Clerk, if you would read item number 1.
Very good. Item 1, Employee Recognition Service Award pins.
Mr. Casey, thanks.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, council members. As you know, each month I like to come to council and recognize employees for reaching certain milestones in their service to the city. And today I would like to read those names into the record in recognition of their service with the city. With 5 years of service, Rudy Fiddler, Information Technology Manager in the Information Technology Department. Veronica Angeles, a Police Records Specialist with the Police Department. Gustavo Gonzalez, Wastewater Treatment Plant Operator 3, Public Works Department. Eric Massey, Control Systems Operations Specialist 1, Public Works Department. Molly Wetta, Library Services Manager with the Library Department. Adam Porte, Recreation Supervisor 1, Parks and Recreation Department. And Nathan Slack, Urban Forest Superintendent, Parks and Recreation Department. With 10 years of service with the city, Brock Maudlin, Police Officer in the Police Department. Alan Twizon, Police Sergeant in the Police Department. And Scott Durfor, Assistant Parking Coordinator, Public Works Department. With 15 years of service to the city, Stephanie Routhier, Senior Engineering Technician, Public Works Department. With 20 years of service with the city, Carrie Stevens, Legal Assistant 2, City Attorney's Office. Jeff Zampese, Fire Engineer, Fire Department. And Lynn Burrich, Senior Engineering Technician, Airport Department. And with 25 years of service with the city, Scott Nelson, Webmaster, Information Technology Department. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Casey. And we congratulate those employees and thank them for their lengthy service. Keep up the good work. Ms. Clerk, Mr. Casey, come on back. Are there any changes to the agenda?
No, Madam Mayor.
Very good. We'll go to open public comment. This is the public's opportunity to talk to us about items that are not on the official agenda. We welcome you. Ms. Clerk, how many people are raised, or raise your hand in the go to webinar function, please. And we'll hear from the public.
Very good. We have about 7 hands raised so far. So,
okay, we'll go ahead and do 3 minutes for public comment, and I'll ask my colleagues to come onto the screen.
Very good. We will start with Katie Mickey, then Leslie Weinstock, then Richard Lloyd, then Ronald Buckley. Katie Mickey. Please go ahead.
On July 1st, Santa Barbara released their final draft ordinance based on Telecom Law Firm's original draft. Telecom Law Firm has several conflicts of interest. The firm also gets paid to process applications for the telecom industry. We now have an ordinance with no teeth to deny the applications. The application checklist for denial won't be drafted until after the ordinance committee is scheduled to take a vote. Allow me to share a recent example of how our local site developer can walk all over our ordinance. On April 8th, Crown Castle rep Jerry Ambrose attempted to pull the wool over Montecito Architectural Board of Review by informing them there was a gap in capacity at 75 Eucalyptus Lane. Therefore, a new cell antenna was needed to close the gap. If you take a walk down Eucalyptus Lane, you'll find there is no gap in service. The personal wireless services on your phone work just fine. What is this gap in capacity Ambrose is purporting? Capacity is a technical term used to describe broadband. Does Jerry Ambrose give a hoot that 75 Eucalyptus Lane is home to 3 children and adjacent to a preschool daycare center with multiple children whose developing skulls and brains can be damaged by high exposure levels to radio frequency radiation? Ambrose's response to local objection was, I don't have to submit an alternative location. SafeTech SBC made public comment and explained to the Montecito Architectural Review Board that Title II provisions within Telecommunications Act stipulates Santa Barbara has no responsibility to provide broadband data. Santa Barbara's responsibility is to provide 5 bars on a cell phone for emergency purpose. The board asked Ambrose to find a more feasible alternative. Santa Barbara's final draft telecom ordinance as it stands gives Crown Castle a full green light to install antennas wherever they want. The ordinance states the application shall include an analysis about whether the proposed facilities will add new coverage where there is none, or add service capacity in an area with existing coverage, or both. This language allows a site developer to submit a computer-generated map as proof. A smart ordinance would require hard data, 6 months of dropped calls. Our final draft does not include a review by an architectural review board. Therefore, residents have no venue to protest applications for cell towers to be installed within feet of their bedroom window. A smart ordinance gives a venue for residents to object. Adding service capacity means adding more broadband to the airwaves, more energy consumption, in direct conflict with the sustainable Santa Barbara's general plan. Once AT&T puts their stake on the ground, Verizon and Sprint can co-locate on the same pole, join in the broadband blasting bonanza, pulsing modulating frequencies that have no monitoring oversight with equipment that can produce microwave radiation that is 25 million times what is required by law to ensure personal wireless services. No requirement in our ordinance to monitor the output from the towers are free to far exceed FCC limits on maximum output. A smart ordinance requires monitoring of the power output on cell tower. Safe Technology for Santa Barbara has been educating you on what the law allows you to acquire in a smart ordinance. Now we have hired a national expert in telecom law to give you a full analysis of your final draft.
Ms.
Please
Clerk,
postpone the ordinance.
please. Ms. Mickey, thank you so much. And we've received some written material too. Very grateful for your help. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Leslie Weinstock. Leslie Weinstock, please go ahead.
Telecom law firm wrote the draft ordinance with conflicts of interest. They get paid to process applications. This is unacceptable. SafeTech SBC currently has an expert without a conflict of interest, well versed in this area of law. He reviewed the current ordinance and said that it is not well drafted. A site developer like Crown Castle will be allowed to walk right over the city and put up anything they want anywhere. Local officials will be ill-equipped to prevent any wireless facility. He is currently doing an ordinance review and thorough analysis, looking at our entire zoning code and assessing the city itself. He will provide a thorough analysis and explain what you need to do to have maximum power to control where these installations are placed. This way, the city can avoid unnecessary installations and liability. This ordinance does not delineate grounds to deny any application. The ordinance has the power to require from the zoning and planning boards what evidence the carrier has to produce and how much weight that evidence has. You can deny for adverse aesthetic impacts or that it does not meet the setbacks. Your boards get to decide, not the applicant, if your code is drafted properly. Carriers' computer-generated maps are completely useless and manipulate the software to show whatever they want. Site developers make money on every cell tower and put them in the cheapest, not the least intrusive locations. Do not accept computer-generated propagation maps. Demand probative evidence. If a carrier says that there is a significant gap in service, demand service records and a proof of gap in coverage, a printed list of drop call records, drive testing, and that the small cell is the least intrusive means of remedying that gap. Mandate evidence of material inhibition, which is the same as a gap in service. If you don't give your local determiner boards the procedural guidance, you are basically throwing them to the wolves, and they can never, ever deny an application. Instruct them how to evaluate applications, permits, contracts, and look for errors, omissions, and incorrect information. The planning boards have no idea how to recognize false submissions. Smart local governments require hard data and limit the number of towers. Require testing. There's evidence of cell towers 1,000 times over the FCC exposure limit. We urge you to thoroughly review and apply our new attorney's memorandum before you vote on this ordinance. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Ms. Weinstock. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Richard Lloyd, followed by Ronald Buckley, Anna Marie Gott, and Anna Odile Thomas. Richard Lloyd, one moment. Richard Lloyd, please go ahead.
Yes, good afternoon, Mayor Murillo, council members. This is Richard Lloyd. I'm an attorney with Capello and Noel, and we represent Mr. Mazzillo in his dispute with the Montecito Country Club regarding their unpermitted sports complex. While that particular issue may still end up before this council, our experience with the commission and the city staff, we feel raised some broader concerns that impact the public as a whole and that we feel deserve further consideration. The first is a matter of due process and fundamental fairness. Now, Councilmember Jordan knows this, but at the Planning Commission, the applicant and staff get about a half an hour between them, whereas the public is limited to 2 minutes. It makes no sense, and it is extremely unfair for property owners who are directly and significantly affected to be limited to just 2 minutes of public comment. 2 minutes is just not enough to convey the very real impacts of substantial projects like we faced on neighboring properties. There appears to be no way to request more time in advance, nor is there any way to present material to the commission during that comment. And this ability to comment is particularly important in situations like we faced when no input or feedback was sought from the neighbors by either the applicant or the city staff. And as a result, the only opportunity we had for comment was a short window of 2 to 3 days between the 100+ page staff report and the hearing itself. Now, in this case, the neighbor did have the resources and we had the ability to file a substantive comment, but not every neighbor has those resources or that ability. And it's worth noting here that the decision that ultimately withheld the approval and required substantive changes was completely at odds with the staff recommendation, which was to approve the project without meaningful changes. Second, at the hearing, several members of the commission expressed their frustration and frankly surprise regarding the lack of administrative options available for dealing with as-built projects. In particular, projects like the one that we faced, which were built so flagrantly in violation of the city's planning regulations. And there's a stark contrast there where you have the DA filing felony charges for cutting down trees, whereas an entity that builds a giant sports complex with no notice to the city, neighbors, or the public can seek as-built approval while continuing to use the facilities without limitation. And that leads on to a question of city staff enforcement. Here, it took the actions and resources of a private citizen to enforce the city's own municipal code and stop the use of the development, because the city staff either believed they could not take action or chose not to act. Without meaningful enforcement, there are no consequences for entities like the club who've shown they can ignore the city's planning process if it serves the members' interests. So we simply request the council take a close look at these issues, because right now the deck seems firmly stacked in favor of developers who have the relationships and resources to build first and seek permission later. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ronald Buckley, then Anna Marie Gott, Ann O'Deal Thomas, Natasha Torodovic. Okay. Ronald Buckley, please go ahead. There are two hands here for Ronald Buckley. Go ahead, Ronald Buckley.
Thank you. I guess I have both hands up. Madam Mayor and council members, I'm Ron Buckley, a Santa Barbara resident since 1971. I live at 1201 West Hilario Street. Well, the final draft telecom ordinance arrived several weeks ago, all 49 pages and 60,000 plus words of it. It came with a matrix of 66 public input requests. Many had 30 times the same request. 2 were inappropriate. 20 were obviously from a site installer, also known as Crown Castle. All of those 20 were rejected. Of the 44 others, 10 were rejected and 34 partially accepted or fully accepted. This sounds pretty good. Of the 10 items I asked for back in January, 7 were incorporated. 3 were ignored and didn't make it to the matrix of public input. That should have been a hint. The other hint is that the first draft ordinance was written by a lawyer friendly to and working for the telecom industry. SafeTech Technology of Santa Barbara has asked a prominent national attorney to have a look at this final draft. His first cut conclusion was that a sophisticated site developer, known as Crown Castle, can put up towers anywhere and anytime. Basically, the final draft does not give your planning departments the legal authority to control where the towers are placed or how many of them are placed. I appreciate the work the city attorneys and the departments put into this, but they are not telecom experts nor telecom attorneys. We will need someone to help the city out here, to help protect the town from the overreach by the site developers and the telecom providers. Thus, SafeTech has employed this attorney who is well-versed in telecom law. In about 2 weeks, he will provide us, and we will forward to you, a report that documents the weaknesses in your first draft ordinance or your final draft ordinance, and he will cite the legal authority not to stop telecom installation towers, but to provide the city with the legal authority to control the number and location of towers. My ask to you is simple. Postpone the ordinance committee vote on the final draft ordinance, this plan for the 27th, until the city attorneys and staff have reviewed SafeTech's attorney's recommendations and taken action to strengthen the current final draft ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Another speaker?
Next speaker, Anna Marie Gott, then Ann O'Deal Thomas, Natasha Torodovic, Bill Mackler, Miriam Lindbeck. Anna Marie Gott, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, City Council. So Pasadena was the first city in the nation to require all employees to be vaccinated. Can Santa Barbara be the second? Isn't this something that we need, especially in a tourist-oriented city? I would really encourage that this be put on the agenda and that you require all staff members of the city to be vaccinated. Regarding the issue with the Montecito Club and projects built without permits, that is a substantial problem, and the city really needs to crack down on these issues. Developers, architects, contractors all know that they need a permit before they start construction. But we've got a system in place that basically approves virtually all projects as built, or at least staff recommends approval. And yes, this causes problems. And I really want to point out that, it's the big as well as the little, businesses that have these problems, and they should know better. Case in point is Montecito Club. Next one, how about Marburg? Have any of you wandered down to Quarantina, Calle Cesar Chavez, or 500 Street? Virtually all of the projects that are owned or operated in property and projects owned or operated by Marburg don't have permits. If you drive by Calle Cesar Chavez at the corner of Calle Cesar Chavez and 500, they received approval in 2007 and never completed their building permit. But yet they had the demolishment of, the old Vulcan project for the most part. And then they started operating and expanding a rubble yard, which they don't have a permit for. We've got a cement crushing facility at Lash Construction right next door on the property that's owned or operated by Marburg, and they don't have a permit to operate. Go over to 500, and there's a huge parking lot with a whole bunch of garbage trucks. That entire project is built without permit. They received approval, and then you know what the jokers did? They started through the building permit process, never got a building permit. And then they got a whole bunch of approvals that expired. So everything is expired, but look at what they're operating. And now they want to start a new project at the corner of 500 and Quarantina, which is on appeal. Do you think they'll actually go through the building permit process and get everything complete? I wouldn't bet on it. You have a problem, and
Thank
you
you so
need to
much.
have your city administrators and enforcement take action.
Thanks,
Thank
Ms.
you.
Scott. Our next speaker is Ann O'Deal Thomas. Ann O'Deal Thomas, please go ahead.
Dear Madam Mayor and City Council members, I am speaking today as a core team member of the Safe Technology for Santa Barbara County about the final draft wireless telecom ordinance. The legal expert hired by SafeTech SBC is reviewing the final draft ordinance shared by the city. It is now clear that this draft is not ready to be voted on yet. This draft ordinance, in its current form, fails to properly protect the city and the residents from the overproliferation of small cell towers anywhere within the city limits. The draft ordinance outlines an administrative process that lacks factual determination on how to deny a small cell tower application. Without such a list, the ordinance is missing integral parts to approve or deny any application. This draft is very industry friendly and will allow small cell tower site developers to storm the city with countless permit applications with little ground for denial. Once approved, they will rent out that space to wireless carriers and make endless profits at the expense of the city residents for decades to come. In question is the integrity and conflict of interest of the telecom law firm hired by the city to write the draft ordinance. This draft ordinance does not include the teeth required to properly equip city staff to make factual determination on approving or denying small cell towers. For example, you have no guidance or instructions for your planning and zoning board on how to evaluate applications, permits, and contracts, and look for errors, omissions, incorrect information, and false submissions. Hard data needs to be required from all applicants. Please delay the vote on this draft ordinance in the Ordinance Committee and City Council meeting until you have thoroughly reviewed and applied SafeTech SBC's new attorney's memorandum. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am.
Our next speaker is Natasha Torodovic. Natasha Torodovic, please go ahead.
Over the last 15 months, I've been pushing back on the addition of a liquor license at the local CVS on Milpas Street. And what that has taught me is something that's coming up before you, which is that local control and an alcohol ordinance is needed. I had to plead my case with the ABC, And it showed me a gross number of flaws in the process. And I asked myself, as I went through this case, why are there in the 1 mile, these 13 blocks of Milpas, 33 alcohol outlets? And why is it that our kids who walk home from school every day having to walk by people passed out drunk on the sidewalks? And why is it when the ABC says that there's a limited number of licenses allowed in an area, that we are 225% and 240% over that limit with the number of licenses in our area? And as I dug and as I pushed and as I learned what was going on in this case, what I learned is that we need local control, because the ABC is currently making land use decisions. This is a body that can't even pronounce Milpas. So you have an ordinance for local control that's coming up before you. And once we have local control, then we get to determine what we're doing with our liquor stores, which I think will be a massive step forward for the city. Otherwise, the ABC gets to control how many outlets we have, and they are incentivized by adding outlets. When I tried to protest and show them problems, they don't want to hear about it. When I tried to show them that their conditions weren't being maintained in an area, they said, go to the police department. We don't care, file something. Well, these problems will disappear if we have local control and we enforce it. I've learned the number of businesses that have had to close or leave because they're too close to liquor stores. It has a dampening effect on business. It has a horrific effect on normalizing drunkenness in public. And I urge you to support the local control and alcohol ordinance when it comes before you.
Thanks so much. Next speaker.
Next, we have Miriam Lindbeck. Miriam Lindbeck, please go ahead.
Thank you, City Council and Madam Mayor, for this opportunity. On the wireless ordinance that is now coming up before you in just a matter of a few weeks, it's imperative that the city exercises all of the rights as set in the TCA, the Telecommunications Act, and codifies every requirement to provide the zoning laws for regulation and management capability that will provide and protect our city and its people. We must require clear and convincing evidence that the telecoms are fulfilling all that our city requires to the full extent allowed by law. Carriers' goals and objectives must be very clear so that they are set congruent with Santa Barbara's goals and objectives. And we must set these requirements high and in full compliance with the TCA. SafeTech strongly recommends the city require procedural recommendations of wireless carriers, such as we must have a pending applications provision in the ordinance which binds the Planning Commission to the fullest extent allowed by law, enforced by the Planning Commission and the staff. Carriers must provide proof of significant gap in service with hard data. The burden of proof must be carried by the carrier to obtain approval and enforced by the Planning Commission and the staff. Wireless carriers must prove that the wireless facility will be used to provide personal wireless services, any of them. This is not capacity, but coverage. These small cells cover a fairly limited area, so there must be frequent handoffs to other cells, and this creates delay and unacceptable cell call quality. Voice traffic, unlike data, is quite latency sensitive, and small cells sometimes cannot provide acceptable cell quality. So many carriers routinely send voice LTE over macro cells, delivered channels, and they use the small cell only for data services with lower quality service requirements like email, web browsing, and even video. These small cell facilities need to provide personal wireless services. Wireless broadband internet access is not personal wireless service, so it is not a covered service. The FCC has ruled the wireless broadband is not offered on a common carrier basis and is therefore not telecommunications derived. It is instead a private mobile service. We need to have monitoring of signal strength and of RF emissions done randomly, unannounced twice a year at least, by independent RF engineering companies selected by the city and at the cost of the carriers on a prorated basis. And our ordinance must demand better evidence and rigorous demonstration and proof that these projects will not cause a fire or fires. If this cannot be met, the permit must be denied. We must consider thermal effects, overcurrent, fault current, and overvoltage, and all be analyzed and mitigated. All reports and engineering documents and studies of the mentioned concerns must be provided. Applications must be complete. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Ms. Lindbeck. Appreciate it. Next speaker.
Our final public comment speaker is Bill Mackler. Bill Mackler, please go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Council. Good afternoon, Madam Mayor. I appreciate the opportunity to comment. All I wish to do at this time is to propose that the Council and Mayor take up a proclamation that was written primarily by my colleague Megan Behrens, who is present, and it has to do with the passing of our dear colleague Tara Holland Ford this last Saturday, and we think the proclamation has merit. May it be read.
Thank you, Mr. Mackler. I have the proclamation here, and of course we will close our meeting in honor of Ms. Holland Ford with the council's consent. I'll go ahead and read this into the record. This is a proclamation honoring Tara Holland Ford. Whereas Tara Holland Ford, who dedicated her law practice of 20 years in Santa Barbara to stalwartly advocating for Santa Barbara's most vulnerable people in both adult and juvenile court, and who co-founded the Teen Legal Clinic to provide legal resources for local young people who are facing academic suspension and expulsion. And whereas Tara Holland Ford devoted her time and energy to educating young people about their rights and helping them advocate for themselves, and who made it a key feature of the Teen Legal Clinic to have teens on its board with an equal voice. And whereas Tara Holland Ford fought tirelessly both in court and behind the scenes to defeat a sweeping gang injunction, marking the first time in the nation that a gang injunction was prevented. And whereas Tara Holland Ford created strong bonds with judges to help the bench appreciate the importance of juvenile law, and her ability to find common ground brought restorative justice approaches to the most serious criminal cases. And whereas Tara Holland Ford was a founding member of the Santa Barbara Support Network, which assisted families impacted by the Thomas Fire and debris flow by connecting impacted families' needs with families who directly supported those needs, including but not limited to housing, temporary work, financial assistance, gift cards, and new clothing. And whereas Tara Holland Ford spent nearly all of her 8.5 years with a diagnosis of stage 4 cancer, fighting relentlessly for the well-being of Santa Barbara's most vulnerable and voiceless people. And I'll be preparing this to give to the family and friends, and declare by virtue of my authority, I'm honoring Tara Holland Ford today and joining her friends and family in celebrating this month, July 2021, as Tara Holland Ford Month in Santa Barbara. We'll prepare this and get it to you, Mr. Mackler and Ms. Behrens. Thank you so much for everything you do as well. Thank you.
Very much appreciated, Mayor and Council. Thank you.
Ms. Clerk, was that our final speaker? You said so. I'm wondering if anybody else.
Yes, Madam Mayor, that's our final speaker for general public comment.
Okay, we'll close public comment in that case, and we'll go to consent. Ms. Gutierrez, did you have something for us?
I have a quick question. I was wondering if city staff or the city administrator can maybe talk about the correction notices that went out to businesses this week. There's been a lot of questions that have been asked. I just want if somebody can give us an update from the city to the business owners of what's going on.
You mean related to the State Street?
Yeah, and just other places in the city with the sidewalk dining and the parklet, so we just can get an update.
Let's go ahead and save that for the State Street Advisory Committee item. It's related and it seems like a good question for that particular, it's on the agenda to talk about State Street. So thank you.
Perfect, and I would like to make a motion to move the consent calendar.
Okay, when we get there, you can make the motion. Thanks. Mr. Jordan?
I'll need to vote separately on item 17, please.
Well, yes, except we're not exactly at the consent calendar quite yet.
But I heard you say those words, sorry.
Okay, I meant we were closing public comment, so.
Okay, I'll let you start over.
Okay, so we're done with public comment. The clerk will read items out of the consent calendar. And Ms. Gutierrez, we'll take your question at the State Street Advisory Committee, because we'll be talking about State Street. So number 28 for you, okay? Thank you. Your camera's on, Ms. Gutierrez. Ms. Clerk, do you have items to read for the consent calendar?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Item 2, introduction of an ordinance for lease agreement with Brophy and Sons, Inc. Recommendation that council introduce and subsequently adopt by reading of title only an ordinance of the council of the city of Santa Barbara approving and authorizing the waterfront director to execute a 5-year lease agreement and 1 5-year option with Brophy and Sons, Inc. for retail space known as Brophy's Mercantile, commencing upon the effective date of the enabling ordinance. Item 3, introduction of an ordinance for lease agreement with Seacoast of Santa Barbara, Inc. Recommendation that council introduce and subsequently adopt by reading of title only an ordinance of the council of the city of Santa Barbara approving and authorizing the waterfront director to execute a 5-year lease agreement and 1 5-year option with Seacoast of Santa Barbara, Inc., commencing upon the effective date of the enabling ordinance. Item 4, introduction of an ordinance approving on-bill financing agreement for lighting upgrades at city parking lots 2 and 10. Recommendation that council A, introduce and subsequently adopt by reading of title only an ordinance of the council of the city of Santa Barbara authorizing the sustainability and resilience director to execute an on-bill financing agreement with Southern California Edison in the amount of $151,402.19 to retroactively fund lighting upgrades at several downtown parking garages, and B, increase estimated revenues appropriation funded by the loan by $151,402.19 in FY 2022 in the downtown parking capital fund. Item 5, adoption of an ordinance repealing Chapter 22.22 of the Santa Barbara Municipal Code pertaining to historic structures and amending the Santa Barbara Municipal Code sections 22.68.015 and 22.69.015 to include the definition of project design approval. Recommendation that council adopt by reading of title only an ordinance of the council of the city of Santa Barbara repealing Chapter 22.22 of the Santa Barbara Municipal Code pertaining to historic structures and amending Santa Barbara Municipal Code sections 22.68.015 and 22.69.015 to include the definition of project design approval. Item 6, adoption of an ordinance for average unit size density incentive program ordinance amendments related to clarifying rental inclusionary rates and mobile home parks. Recommendation that council adopt by reading of title only an ordinance of the council of the city of Santa Barbara amending Santa Barbara Municipal Code section 30.150.090 and 30.150.110 of the city's average unit size density incentive program to exclude mobile home parks from development under the program and clarify that rental units must be rented at moderate income levels. Item 7, adoption of amendments to Santa Barbara Municipal Code Chapter 30.150 to extend the duration of the average unit size density incentive program. Recommendation that council adopt by reading of title only an ordinance of the council of the city of Santa Barbara amending Santa Barbara Municipal Code section 30.150.010 of the city's average unit size density incentive program to extend the program from August 31st, 2021 to February 28th, 2022. A few more. Item 8, adoption of resolution granting a utility easement to Southern California Edison on water resources property located at 1501 Tunnel Road. Recommendation that council adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the council of the city of Santa Barbara for the grant of utility easement to Southern California Edison on city water resources property located at 1501 Tunnel Road and authorizing the Public Works Director to execute and record the utility easement. Item 9, appointment of Finance Director as Plan Administrator for Deferred Compensation 457B program. Recommendation that council adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara appointing the Finance Director as a Plan Administrator for the prudent management of the City of Santa Barbara's 457B Deferred Compensation Plan Administration and Investment Portfolio. And B, adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara indemnifying the City Council Plan Administrator and their designees while acting in their official capacities in the administration of the 457 Deferred Compensation Plan. I believe that's all of the items to read, Madam Mayor.
Would you read number 17? I think we'll vote on that one separately, and I think we have a public comment person for that. So
We do. Item 17, approval of community workforce agreement with Tri-Counties Building and Construction Trades Council.
any of my colleagues want to pull any of these items? Any items that were not read already by the clerk? Okay, then Mr. Jordan, you have a comment or a question on Ms. Sneddon? You want to pull one?
I also had a question on 17, but I wasn't sure if this is the, after Councilmember Jordan.
Okay, he mentioned it before you. So Mr. Jordan, do you have a question or?
No,
you
ma'am, just want to vote separately.
Vote separately. Okay, Ms. Sneddon, then your question?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just had questions about there are extensive pages on drug and alcohol testing. And I don't remember discussing this at all in our original plans from that. And I'm wondering, does that apply also to the core workers, or is that, it's very, very extensive and a lot of.
I think these agreements always include references to those kinds of tests, but maybe Mr. Henschke or who's the staff person who would answer? Go ahead, Mr. Henschke.
Yeah, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, in response to Councilmember Sneddon's question, yes, the mayor is correct. Those are very standard provisions in the community workforce agreement. They provide for not only job site safety, but worker integrity, and they apply to all workers on the job site.
Do we ordinarily do that with subcontractors for city projects?
Actually, no, that's one of the benefits of a community workforce agreement like this, is that you can have a negotiated drug testing program that then applies as part of a collective bargaining agreement to those particular workers. And so that was one of the discussed benefits when we talked about the PLA or community workforce agreement way back before we negotiated. So, but it is a very common provision.
And then in the staff report where it says benefit plans, all contractors shall pay contributions to the established employee benefit funds. I'm not sure what that means. Does that mean into where they're already paying, or into this union bank that then have to be 5 years established and then out from there?
That was a very heavily negotiated provision in the contract. I would have to pull up that precise language to answer the question precisely. But basically, the provision that is there is as far as we were able to go in terms of protecting both the non-union employers' ability and obtain the union objectives. And so they will have to pay into the program that the union provides for those workers working on the job.
So I'm sorry, so it's double paying health benefits and double paying retirement benefits? I thought that was negotiated out, but that's the sticking point for me, so I think I do need an answer on that.
I'm okay, and I'll try to answer it again. It's only a double payment if they want to make it a double payment. And so the requirement is for the employer to pay into the trust fund. If they want to maintain their own program during that time, they can do that as well.
So it's not requiring double payment?
It doesn't require double payment. Double payment may be a consequence if the employer chooses to do that.
Okay, thank you.
Well, let's go ahead and vote on 17 now, since we're moving along on the consent calendar. Thank you, Mr. Henschke. Do I have a motion to move 17 forward?
So moved.
I'll second it. Ms. Harmon, thank you. So let's take a roll call vote on 17. Unless there's more public comment. Sorry, let's do public comment on number 17, please. And then we'll go back to the rest of the calendar if there's public comment there. So thanks.
Very good. We have 2 public speakers who have indicated they are on item 17. If you otherwise have your hand raised, please send me a question or look for a question from me asking which item you wish to speak on. We have Eric Christensen and Lori Bennett. Eric Kristen, I apologize. Please go ahead.
Thank you. And since the subject was just brought up by the council member, and I appreciate her bringing up, but it wasn't answered by staff, and I can understand why, because it's a humiliating thing to have to answer if you're a council member in support of the PLA. The double benefits are having to be paid if the contractor wishes to maintain their current benefits they're paying to the worker, because the benefits that are being paid into the union plan are not going to be realized by that worker. That's wage theft. They're going to be stolen from the worker. So they either have to maintain their current benefits because they can't just drop them for the length of the PLA and then pick them back up. You as a council agreed, because the unions, of course, wanted to have this be an aspect of the PLA, and you didn't stand up for all workers' rights. They are forced to pay either into the union pension and health and welfare plan, keep their pension plan, which are double benefits, or pull their workers from their current benefit plans, only pay into the union plans that worker will never realize. That's more than $20 per hour stolen from them, or do both. So staff wasn't telling the whole story because it's actually a horrible thing to have to admit to, but that's what you as a council agreed to, because even though initially you fought to have that not be part of this, the unions wanted it because they don't want non-union contractors to be part of this, and they won't be if non-union contractors have to pay double benefits or have their workers' paychecks stolen from them and sent to a union trust fund they'll never invest in. So I just want to be very clear about that. You're voting for wage theft today. That's what that provision under benefits in your PLA does. Just a summary of how we got here in the first place. Supposedly this was because this was for local hire. Embarrassingly, Councilmember Harmon tried to have that language pulled entirely at your last meeting where the PLA was brought up, because the union's goal of 30% local hire was 40% lower than what you're currently already attaining as a city, which is 70% local hire. So we couldn't have that because that would actually make the proponents look even worse than they already look. So you tried to pull that. Councilmember Sneddon did a terrific thing and actually forced them to have the language in it still, and we appreciate that. But I wanted to be very clear about what the original excuse for this solution in search of a problem was versus where we are now. The major contributors to the council members that are voting for this PLA today, labor unions, wanted to have a monopoly agreement on all city projects. That's why you're voting on this. It's not about local hire. It's not about safety. It's not about quality of construction. It's all about power politics and discriminating against local men and women who happen to be union free. That's the only reason this is here today. It has nothing to do with anything else, just to be clear. Non-union workers are going, if they choose the 3 of them, you allow for 3 non-union workers to be allowed to be worked on a job, employed by their workers, employed by their employers. You're going to have them forced to pay union dues, forced to pay union health, welfare, and pension plans they'll never vest in, and only union apprentices are allowed. That's what the PLA does. Be very clear about it. This is a solution in search of a problem. It's disgraceful in America today. That kind of discrimination and exclusion are allowed. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Any other commenters, Ms. Clerk?
Yes, we have Lori Bennett, Richard Markerson, and Lee Cushman. Lori Bennett, please go ahead.
Thank you. Hello, Mayor Murillo and City Council members. I wish you could see me, but I can see you. I appreciate the smiles. I have to say I appreciate all you do as council members for the city. My family's business is Fence Factory. We've been around since 1972. We're family owned and operated. We have our third generation. My nephew is running the Fence Factory in Goleta. Want you to know that we have many employees that currently do prevailing wage projects, and they've been paid the prevailing wage since our inception in 1972. And I want you to know that there are two benefits that we have to pay. Fortunately, what I do for my employees, because I work for them, they work for me, it's a dual reciprocal relationship. They have two pension plans. One is with my pension profit sharing plan, and the other is with approximately $10 of this prevailing wage benefit that they don't see in cash. They see it in their own pension plan that is theirs with no strings attached, and they can take it out when they want to, provided it's within the federal IRA and pension payment plan or regulations. So there's so much I wanted to say. I only have a minute 30 left, but the council had said, obtain the union objection. I am not against unions. I actually have a union side to my business, and they came well before my open merit shop. I love all my employees. I appreciate what the union does, but this is not the key to getting a community workforce agreement. And I appreciate you city council members, but if you've read every single one of these 21 contracts, which are master labor agreements that we as employers have to sign up with and have to agree to, you would shake your head. It is a mess. So I do not agree with this. I appreciate everything that is being done to keep our workforce here local. I'd love to see you do an audit. If you have to vote for it today, don't do 5 years, do a year. See how it works. Do an internal audit and see how many local employees that you were able to bring out of these labor halls. I can tell you right now, there's nobody. They're coming in from Riverside, San Bernardino. It's happening everywhere. If you're going to require union, use local employers and keep it open, keep it fair. Don't keep me away. I'm not going to sign a PLA agreement. My employees that have been working for many years will lose out on what they have been doing since 1972. I appreciate your time. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Richard Markison. Richard Markison, please go ahead. Richard Markison, you can unmute yourself and go ahead.
Thank you. Council members, Richard Markison for the Western Electrical Contractors Association. Spoken to you a number of times over the years on the project labor agreement. Council member Snedden was correct. The agreement that is before you will require double payments, as Mr. Kristen pointed out. If a contractor wishes an employee to have maintained medical benefits, they will have to make double payments until they qualify for the union plan. And I know that both Council members Snedden and Friedman were very concerned about an agreement such as the one before you that would cause an employee to lose up to $10 an hour for pension contributions that they will never vest in. Chances are that they will never complete the vesting period in order to receive that money back. One of the things that I would encourage you to do is to have city staff prepare an analysis for you of the cost to the city to negotiate the project labor agreement, both staff time and any paid consultants. What the cost will be to implement the project labor agreement. You will be required to do some amount of monitoring and supervising that. Some anticipated costs from the reduced competition. You've heard from contractors who've said that they will not be competing for your projects anymore. And one of the other things, and also an explanation to the otherwise qualified apprentices who will be disqualified from working on city projects because of your project labor agreement. And having worked on PLAs in California for the last almost 20 years, one of the things that I would caution you about is that I would imagine that very soon you will be under pressure by the local building trades to lower that $5 million threshold. In a year or more, they will come back to you and say, you know, $5 million is way too high. There are too many of these projects that are going to the non-union contractors in the Santa Barbara community. We want you to drop that. We've seen this time and time again where what the city thought was a reasonable threshold of $5 million in this case, they'll come back and they'll say, we need it lower. We need $1 million. We need $500,000. And pretty soon, every project that the city pursues will be subject to the project labor agreement. And finally, for the 4 of you who are up for re-election, I would encourage you to have some answers for the community when you're asked about what the benefits are to the city of Santa Barbara for your project labor agreement. What really does the city get in return for this exclusionary, discriminatory agreement that gives a sole source contract to the construction trades? Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mr. Markinson. Another speaker?
Our next speaker is Lee Cushman, then Joshua Madrano. Lee Cushman, you need to enter your PIN. I just sent it to you through the app in order for us to hear you speak. We'll go to Joshua Madrano and come back to Lee Cushman. Lee Cushman, I'll also send you a PIN in a chat, so be on the lookout for that. Joshua Madrano, please go ahead.
Hello, can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Fantastic. Well, Madam Mayor, it's always a pleasure to see you as well as this esteemed council. My name is Joshua Madrano. I am the Executive Secretary and Treasurer of the Tri-Counties Building and Construction Trades Council, representing San Luis Obispo, Santa Barbara, and Ventura counties, and also representing over 14,000 hardworking men and women of labor. Now, I applaud this council right now for continuing to move forward with the CWA, and I want everybody to understand the first word of a CWA. It is community. We have currently heard opposition for the CWA, and as part of this community, we understand the misconceptions, we understand the misinformation. One of the things that I encourage every single council member here is to dig deep into the CWA. Highlight the concerns yourself. Because during these negotiations, the building trades has been here. We have listened, we have talked to the community, we understand those needs. And what is currently needed to build up this community, to bring our brothers and sisters up to a place where they can fiscally be proud of the career that they have. Well, you all have the unique opportunity right now to solidify that agreement with the community. Now, a community workforce agreement or a PLA, it's not here to target non-union entities. It's not here to target those contractors that do pay their benefits. I applaud knowing that those contractors do exist. But those contractors are all too often far and few in between. And that's not our concern. Our concern are those contractors that aren't looking for the well-being of their employees. It always surprises me that the contractors will come out and speak on their employees' behalf. But the true organization that represents their employees to the fullest is speaking to you right now, the building trades. Now, to say that these have been going on for years and that this is the issue and this is the issue and these are problems, that is understandable. But how are we all going to be part of the solution? If we're at 30% local hire, well, let's strive for better. Why not? But we understand these uncertain times. We understand that with COVID in this past year, we have a lot of lessons to learn. And here we are on the brink of being able to help our community after such devastation. Again, please look at the community workforce agreement
Thanks.
and approve it. Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Our last speaker is Lee Cushman. Lee Cushman is entering in their PIN. I've sent Lee Cushman the info, and I'll just say it also. If you enter in the number #46339 into your phone, we can hear you. There you go. 1 second. Okay, go ahead, Lee Cushman.
Hello, council members, mayor, pro temp mayor. It's been a long journey. I appreciate the elegance of the last speaker, and if he truly believes what he said, then we should be allowed to participate in public works projects with our current workforce, who's very local, and paying our payments of benefits to the benefit that actually goes to the employee. We pay our benefits by the hour to the employee's IRA. It's his money. They control it. I'd like to ask, so Councilmember Sneddon, you're very on the mark. This is not a fair agreement. I would like to ask if the city's staff, if any of the council members have researched the union's pension program. I have brought up the Southern California Pipe Fitters Form 5500 from admittedly 2019. Their current assets are $1 billion. Their current liability is $2 billion. They're $1 billion short. Has anybody researched the unions that you're forcing our employees to work for? They're never going to get their pension plan. If they don't work for the union for 5 years, they absolutely do not get it. I talked to one of my employees this morning. He had that exact same experience with the pile butts. He worked on a union job for 6 months and received nothing. So if this is really about equality and diversification, then you should allow tradespeople who choose to work in a non-union environment and companies like ours that choose to treat our employees well and therefore are very competitive in your work, your public works. And I really am curious to find out the answers to those questions about the union's pension funds. Are they funded fully? Why are we doing this? Why are we causing employees to join a union that isn't fully funded in their pensions? Are they ever going to see their pensions? The way we do it, they see it every day. Every day they work, the money goes into their account, and they're in control of it. It's not in our control or anybody's control. They are in control of it. It's a great system. We'd like to work for you. We just did a job for you in May. We were $1.4 million under the next bidder, who is out of Los Angeles. The third bidder was $4.3 million above us. So you're losing a huge opportunity by alienating a local contractor who's worked hard for you in the past, and we will continue to do so. I would wish you would reconsider this one last time and really think about what you're doing. Thank you.
Very good. Anyone else, Ms. Clerk?
No, Madam Mayor, no further speakers on this item.
Okay, we'll close public comment on item number 17. We have a motion on the floor. Comments to the motion, Ms. Sneddon and Ms. Gutierrez? Otherwise, we'll take a vote.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I've been supportive of this, always with the caveat that there wasn't double payment into benefits in healthcare and pensions, and I thought I understood. My support of this has been predicated on that, and I'm very supportive of the unions, but and I know this will pass today. I'm just I can't vote for the double payment of benefits. It's too hard for local businesses to have to pay both, and I'm not sure I'm getting an answer that that's not the case. If I can't have an answer that that's the case, I can vote for it. But I understand it very respectfully. I'm in support. I just can't support it with that double payment.
Very good. Thank you so much. I will be voting for the motion. I believe it's a good thing for our public works projects to have this kind of inclusiveness of unions that look out for their employees. And we get good workmanship. And as Mr. Henschke said, there's even this review of alcohol and drug programs. So there's things that we normally wouldn't get out of these contracts that we're getting with this system. So thank you. So Ms. Clerk, if you would call the roll, please, we'd be grateful.
Very good. And just to confirm, this was a motion by Councilmember Friedman, seconded by the mayor.
Yes, ma'am.
Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez.
Yes.
Councilmember Harmon.
Yes.
Councilmember Snedden.
No.
Councilmember Friedman.
Yes.
Councilmember Jordan.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Oscar Gutierrez.
Aye.
And Mayor Maria.
Aye. That passes 5-2 with Snedden and Jordan dissenting. Thank you very much. Let's see if there's public comment for any of the other items on the consent calendar. Otherwise, I'll take a motion for items 1 through 25, and then 26 is a special item where we'll need to reconvene we'll need to convene the successor agency that has to do with redevelopment. So rather, do I have a motion then for items 2 through 25, except for number 17, which we've already done?
I'll move.
Thank you. I'll second it for efficiency's sake. And Ms. Clerk, no one was raising their hand to speak on other items?
That's correct, Madam Mayor.
Okay, then let's take a roll call vote on that motion.
Very good. This is a motion for the balance of the consent calendar, items 2 through 25, not including item 17. Motion by Councilmember Harmon, seconded by Mayor Murillo. Councilmember Harmon.
Yes.
Councilmember Snedden.
Yes.
Councilmember Friedman.
Yes.
Councilmember Jordan.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Oscar Gutierrez.
Aye.
Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez.
Yes.
And Mayor Murillo.
Aye. That was unanimous. Thank you so much. We'll move on to item number 26. If you would read that into the record, please.
Yes, this is item 26, the resolutions requesting to formally dissolve the successor agency to the former redevelopment agency of the city of Santa Barbara. Before I read the recommendation, perhaps I should do the roll call for the successor agency.
Okay, well, let me explain that this is a joint meeting of the Santa Barbara City Council and the successor agency to the former redevelopment agency of the city of Santa Barbara. And yes, now's the time to call the roll for the successor agency, which is all of us.
Very good. Member Alejandro Gutierrez. This is a roll call vote.
Yes. Sorry, I was a little confused. Yes. Here.
For attendance, Councilmember Harmon. I'm sorry, Member Harmon.
Here.
Member Snedden.
Yes. I mean,
Member Friedman.
Here.
Member Jordan.
Here.
Member Oscar Gutierrez.
Present.
And Chair Maria.
Here. So we have one consent calendar item for this joint meeting. Okay, so you read the agenda item number 26. So we'll take this as one motion, acting in our capacity as the city council and our capacity as the successor agency. May I have a motion to approve both the resolution of the successor agency and the resolution of the City Council?
So moved.
Thank you. I'll go ahead and second it. Ms. Clerk, is anyone raising their hand for public comment?
No, Madam Mayor.
Okay, so we used to have a redevelopment function, and Jerry Brown back in 2012 dissolved that. And so this is one final action dissolving the whole system entirely, kind of a big deal actually. So I guess I would thank everyone who's worked on our redevelopment projects over the years, not to make a big speech or anything, but it worked well for the city. And so I just wanted to mark it with a acknowledgement of the projects and the people who've worked on these projects over the years. But we're ready to take a vote then, Ms. Clerk.
Very good. And I'm just going to read the recommendation into the record, and then I will do the vote.
Good.
Recommendation of the council and the successor agency to the former redevelopment agency of the City of Santa Barbara. A, that the successor agency to the former redevelopment agency of the City of Santa Barbara adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the successor agency to the former redevelopment agency of the City of Santa Barbara requesting to formally dissolve the successor agency to the former redevelopment agency of the City of Santa Barbara. And B, the council adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the council of the City of Santa Barbara approving the request by the successor agency to the former redevelopment agency of the City of Santa Barbara to formally dissolve the successor agency to the former redevelopment agency of the City of Santa Barbara. And we have a motion by Member Friedman, seconded by Chair Murillo for the recommended action. Councilmember Snedden. And Member Snedden also.
Yes.
Councilmember and Member Friedman.
Yes.
Councilmember and Member Jordan.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem and Member Gutierrez, Oscar Gutierrez.
Aye.
Councilmember and Member Alejandro Gutierrez.
Yes.
Councilmember and Member Harmon.
Yes.
And Member and Chair Maria.
Aye. Very good. Thank you, everybody. I'll now adjourn the meeting of the successor agency, and we'll proceed with the remainder of the City Council agenda as the Santa Barbara City Council. Thanks, Ms. Clerk, for that. Mr. Jordan, is there a report from the Ordinance Committee? Y'all met today?
Everything up till now was just penance, wasn't it? So we did meet today. We started the discussion on what's been a 4-year slog to get to Ordinance Committee with a off-sale alcohol ordinance that looks like it's coming to fruition. We see the impacts of how that will help us every day on the street, or we see the impacts of what it will address every day on the street. So we had suggestions and compliments today. Pass that back to staff, and I believe it's just going to come directly to council next.
Very good. Thank you very much, sir. Moving on to our agenda, we're on number 27 now. Ms. Clerk?
Item 27, introduction of proposed ordinance enacting a prohibition of natural gas infrastructure in new construction. Recommendation the council introduce and subsequently adopt by reading of title only an ordinance of the council of the City of Santa Barbara amending the Santa Barbara Municipal Code by adding chapter 22.100 prohibiting natural gas infrastructure in new buildings.
Appreciate that. We'll welcome staff to the meeting. Ms. Parento, good to see you. Please give us your presentation.
Good afternoon, Mayor Maria and council members. Thank you for having us back on this issue. We're excited to present an introduction of ordinance on prohibiting natural gas infrastructure in new construction. And before we begin the presentation, I did want to mention I'm joined today by Dan Henschke from our City Attorney's Office and Ms. Tina Dye, our Chief Building Official from our Building and Safety Division, just in case questions should arise with them. Next slide, please. So the agenda for today's presentation is to go back to some background. We did meet with your council in January of this year to introduce the concept of a natural gas infrastructure ordinance and get some direction from you. So we'll go back to a little bit of the why we're doing this today. And we'll review the draft ordinance and the findings that have motivated the ordinance. We'll talk a little bit about reliability and resilience, especially as related to questions that arose in January, and talk about social equity, and then conclude with our recommendation. Next slide, please. So first, the background. Next slide. So as you know, your council has adopted an aspirational goal of carbon neutrality by 2035. And achieving that goal is going to require a multifaceted approach of big, bold ideas, including in the realm of vehicle electrification, improved infrastructure, energy decarbonization, and building decarbonization. And that's what we're discussing today. Next slide, please. As you likely remember, the building sector in Santa Barbara is attributed to a lot of our greenhouse gas emissions. So as you can see from this pie chart, energy use in Santa Barbara is 39% of our local greenhouse gas emissions. And of that, almost all of it is related to building energy use. So it's a big source of greenhouse gas emissions locally. Next slide, please. And then it's important to show that that 39% is split between electricity and natural gas almost evenly, 21% due to the electrical system, 19% to natural gas use, and that the electricity grid is decarbonizing statewide. The state has mandated that more and more renewables get included in load-serving entities' portfolios. That's called the Renewable Portfolio Standard, and that requirement is increasing over time. In addition to that, Santa Barbara Clean Energy, the city's community choice energy organization, is launching in just a few short months. It's going to launch its customers at a 100% carbon-free content default, meaning that we'll all but eliminate those electricity-related emissions when we launch in October for the residential sector, and then in March for the rest of the sectors. And this really creates an opportunity for deep decarbonization of our large emission sources, including buildings. Next slide. So as you can see, when SBCE launches, we'll basically eliminate the green portion of this pie, the electricity portion. Next slide. And just really looking at those opportunity pathways that SBCE creates, our two main greenhouse gas sources are transportation, which accounts for about 60%. And so SBCE provides a pathway for vehicle electrification. And then the other 40% is building electrification. And we will handle new buildings and existing buildings differently. So today we're talking about new buildings and the things that are not constructed yet. And with existing buildings, we'll have to do a series of incentives, educational programs, and other ways to encourage people to choose to transition to all electric buildings. Next slide, please. It's so important I gave it its own slide. Today we were talking about newly constructed buildings only. So existing buildings, including most additions, alterations, and remodels, would not be subject to the proposed code amendment. Next slide. So why is this important? This is a question that we've heard throughout the process of with Santa Barbara being a built-out city and so few newly constructed buildings happening in our area, why are we taking this stance? Well, there's a few reasons. One is every new building locks in future emissions for decades to come. These are long-term assets, and we have an opportunity to avoid those emissions in the future, which is a prudent approach when we're trying to get to zero. Next, with 46 plus cities throughout California adopting similar ordinances, we're sending a clear market signal to the electrification industries to invest in these technologies and to make them even more attractive and user-friendly, which will facilitate the transition of existing buildings as well. Next slide, please. Before I move on to reviewing the ordinance, we had discussed education and outreach back in January, and I just wanted to do a quick summary of what we've done since we last spoke with you. Staff held 2 community webinars where we had a good amount of attendance and a lot of great questions asked. We recorded those webinars and they are on our website in both Spanish and English. We also created this fact sheet that you see on your screen that really just covers all of the most frequently asked questions we've received. We've created a dedicated REACH code and FAQ section of the webpage where people have been able to look at drafts of the ordinance, the timeline of review, and ask questions. And we've participated in a number of external stakeholder workshops, including with the Santa Barbara Contractors Association and local chapter of the AIA. Next slide, please. Okay, so to the draft ordinance. First, the findings. So the why. Why are we doing this? Well, one is natural gas combustion emits greenhouse gases, and that contributes to global warming. Additionally, as a coastal city, we're particularly vulnerable to sea level rise and are already seeing the impacts and having to plan for that. Third, we're vulnerable to wildfires, and they are exacerbated by climate change. Next slide, please. Fourth, city residents have existing health conditions that are adversely impacted by poor air quality, such as asthma and other respiratory diseases. The city has existing adopted plans, such as the Climate Action Plan, the Strategic Energy Plan, and the Sea Level Rise Adaptation Plan, that recognize the need for far-reaching and immediate actions. Six, that electrical use in space and water heating does actually reduce greenhouse gas emissions in buildings. Next slide, please. That all electric buildings provide a public health benefit, and in addition to welfare and resilience of Santa Barbara citizens. 8, that the most cost-effective time to integrate this infrastructure is in the design phase before the building is constructed, so that you can right-size the electrical panel for the anticipated load. And lastly, that the intent of this ordinance is to eliminate obsolete natural gas infrastructure and the associated emissions in new buildings. Next slide, please. So who does this ordinance apply to? Next slide. This is probably the most important part of my whole presentation. This ordinance applies to all newly constructed buildings for which a building permit application is submitted on or after January 1st, 2022. So this is a change from when we last presented to the ordinance committee, where we've aligned it with changes to our building code process, where anyone who has submitted prior to January 1st, 2022 is grandfathered into the pre-existing code and would be allowed to install natural gas infrastructure. So for any applications, just to reiterate, any application received before January 1st, 2022 would be allowed to construct with natural gas infrastructure. In the ordinance language, it does say that the application should be deemed complete. And the intent with this language is that we didn't want someone putting in an ill-conceived building as a placeholder. We wanted well-conceived buildings that were ready for building and safety review to be applying for a building permit application. So that is the intent of that language. So this does not apply if the applicant can establish infeasibility, and this would be in the case where all electric compliance approach does not exist, or the technology is not commercially available. So in these cases, the projects would still need to install sufficient electrical capacity for future electrification. And the permitting authority, which is the chief building official, would determine a deemed complete application as well as infeasibility. And just a side note, this does not apply to portable propane devices. Next slide, please. So what defines a newly constructed building? There are two categories. One is a structure that has never been used or occupied for any purpose. Another is the removal or replacement of an existing structure which has either been completely demolished and replaced with a new structure, or partially removed and replaced, involving the removal of any two of the following criteria. So very important, two of these things need to be satisfied. More than 75% of structural elements of the roof, more than 75% of the structural exterior walls, or more than 75% of the foundation system. So no one thing, if you were re-roofing, for example, this would not trigger the ordinance. But if you were re-roofing and removing all of the walls of your building, or adding an addition that is more than 75% of your existing structure, then you would likely be subject to this ordinance. Next slide, please. So we have included some exemptions in the ordinance draft. These have been reviewed by both the Sustainability Committee and the Ordinance Committee. And we've landed with 3 categories of exemptions. The first is public interest exemptions. And this again is deemed in the public interest by the permitting authority. And the permitting authority would consider whether an electric technology is available and what the impacts of allowing the natural gas would be on public health, safety, and welfare. Additionally, we have categorically exempted restaurants and institutional kitchens. And so they would be allowed to install natural gas specifically to the cooking appliances. Also, we've exempted laboratories and clean rooms in a hope to attract some of these industries to our area. Lastly, we did add an appeals process. So if any project didn't agree with the permitting authority's determination, they could appeal the project at council. Next slide, please. So reliability and resilience, these came up in January when we came and presented to you about whether the electric grid could handle this, especially in light of all of the public safety power shutoff events that we were having and flex your power events. And so it's important to note that the electric grid is designed and built to meet the maximum needs at any given time in the year. And that is in the summertime when air conditioning loads ramp up. And so electrification of buildings tends to increase load for the most part in the wintertime related to space heating. And so actually transitioning buildings to electric helps levelize the grid throughout the year. Even more importantly is that this transition to building electrification is not happening overnight. We're starting here with newly constructed buildings, and that will be a small portion of buildings moving off the grid. And then hopefully we can encourage home and business owners to transition their buildings over time. But the bottom line is we are not transitioning the entire building stock over to the electric grid overnight and therefore not creating a huge impact. It is also important to note that community choice aggregators like Santa Barbara Clean Energy are building a substantial amount of energy supply and storage infrastructure around the state. In fact, to date, they've built over 6,000 megawatts in California alone. That's a tremendous amount of power that is being distributed statewide. And Santa Barbara Clean Energy will also look to be doing that as well. And that will only help bolster the infrastructure and grid reliability. And lastly, regional energy assurance efforts are ongoing. We work closely with our regional partners to make sure we're all coordinating to keep the lights on in the event of an emergency. And those efforts will continue even beyond that. Next slide, please. Southern California Edison is also doing a lot in terms of grid reliability in an effort to mitigate the public safety power shutoffs in relation to the state's request. They are investing a lot of money into grid hardening and localized capacity to try and minimize those PSPS events. They are also investing in smart technologies that allow for flexible load management and response to capacity on the grid and how people are using it. They're implementing all sorts of innovative technologies to try and bolster that flexible load management. And they're even looking at interstate energy balancing, which would be really interesting. And that would be where if California or Southern California Edison has an abundance of energy, electrical supply, and Arizona needs some, we could be trading it and vice versa. So this could be a really nice way to help balance energy loads throughout the Western states. Next slide, please. And then of course, we're continuing to build local resilience. As part of our resilience efforts, separate from decarbonization efforts, we are constantly pursuing energy efficiency projects. The city's been tremendously successful in implementing energy efficiency since the energy program's inception in 2009. And we continue to look for those opportunities. We're investing in local energy supply. The city has 8 solar installations and has several more planned. We're investing in battery and thermal energy storage systems. The first 2 large-scale storage systems are going in this year, hopefully, at Granada Garage and the Cater Water Treatment Plant. We're looking at innovative developments like vehicle to grid, where you're literally using electric vehicles as deployable batteries. And we're looking at smart building capabilities as well, so that we can more adapt to the grid needs and let our buildings participate in a virtual power plant, if you will. Next slide, please. And all of this is not to say that the role of natural gas is complete. There is still plenty of role for them to play. As I mentioned before, the phase out of natural gas use in buildings is going to be a slow and thoughtful transition over time. And there are still definitely hard to solve applications that natural gas and these very promising technologies of renewable natural gas and hydrogen will play. And that includes in transitioning existing or in continuing to power existing buildings, and then heavy industry and freight and looking to decarbonize those. They're much harder to decarbonize than a home, for example. Next slide, please. And then social equity. Next slide. So in the January meeting, we did discuss affordability and workforce transition and who's most impacted by climate change. And so we wanted to include a little discussion on this in this presentation. We approached the questions from two approaches. One is who is most impacted by climate change? And the answer we came up with there was frontline communities, low-income households, and agricultural labor. And then who is most impacted by this effort? And that was the workforce, especially the plumbers and pipe fitters that might see a decrease in work due to this. Utility ratepayers in terms of affordability and stranded assets. And then those with certain health conditions certainly see a positive impact in this effort. Next slide, please. So addressing the first several bullets, the most impacted communities does definitely seem to be the frontline and low-income communities. And they're impacted in several ways, but first and foremost from resource access. So there's rising resource costs due to scarcity, and then of course the access to the resources is tough, both physically and economically. Here locally, we felt the impacts of extreme heat and heat exposure, and the access to work hit home, particularly during the Thomas Fire and ensuing debris flow, when a significant amount of our local workforce could not get to work due to the closure of the 101 freeway. And so these are things to consider as we move forward. Next slide, please. In terms of affordability, again, we're discussing new buildings specifically because they were proven in the cost effectiveness studies done by the codes and standards team at the state level to be cost effective in our climate zone for every building type. And so the reason for that is because in new construction, you're able to avoid the cost of the natural gas infrastructure from the street to the building. And you're also able to right-size your panel in the first place, which tends to be a big cost when you're electrifying your building. Additionally, electric appliances often enjoy a much higher efficiency of fuel use than their natural gas counterparts. So next slide. So if we're comparing an air source heat pump, which would be recommended in an all-electric building, to a standard efficiency natural gas furnace, which is what you find in most homes, you can see for every million BTU of output, which is the heat they put out, it's the same cost generally. And so affordability on the bills is not really of concern. Additionally, on top of that, you have more opportunity to control the costs because of these flexible technologies where you can prioritize load and usage and use less energy where you don't need it in the moment. Additionally, many newly constructed buildings in California have a solar requirement, which literally allows you to produce the power on site and control your costs even more. Next slide, please. In terms of workforce development, I believe it was Councilmember Harmon who was very concerned about leaving anyone behind, and we took that to heart. We really wanted to make sure that this was going to not really strand any workforce or as little as possible. And so we reached out to the state, and the state is actually also grappling with the same issues, and they're working on a just transition roadmap, which is meant to be released this month. We haven't seen it yet, and we're hoping it does provide some handy tools to help us transition our workforce. But there are things we can do locally as well. We can continue to engage our local unions to identify other opportunities that align with our efforts. We can engage local green energy industry to identify key skills that they're looking for and connect them with that labor and career connections. And that is outlined in our recently proposed economic development plan. We can leverage local resources like the Tri-County Regional Energy Network, or 3C-REN, that provides job training and education to help folks transition, and we can fold it into the city process. Next slide, please. And then lastly, just touching on that public health benefit, or the people who positively benefit from this as well, is really there's an increased, improved indoor air quality. And as we pointed out in the January meeting, there are several studies linking a significant increase in childhood asthma and other respiratory diseases in homes where natural gas is combusted. And so there's certainly a public health benefit in that sense, but if you go to a more macro approach, limiting fracking, which is how a lot of natural gas is produced in this day and age, contributes to reduced water and land contamination, which is also certainly a public health benefit. Next slide, please. And so in conclusion, next slide, I just wanted to run through a few steps. I did want to mention, and I apologize, I should have included on the slide, we have taken this to the Sustainability Council Committee, which unanimously forwarded the recommendation to Ordinance Committee. And then we took it to Ordinance Committee, which unanimously forwarded a recommendation to adopt to Council. So just keeping that in mind. If you do choose to adopt the ordinance, we will work with Building and Safety to provide training and resources on implementing this ordinance and try to lighten their load as much as we can. We will provide significant outreach to the community in both Spanish and English to make sure everyone is aware of the change. And then the ordinance is proposed to take effect January 1st, 2022. Next slide, please. And with that, the recommendation is that Council introduce and subsequently adopt an ordinance amending the Santa Barbara Municipal Code by adding chapter 22.100, prohibiting natural gas infrastructure in new buildings.
You ready for questions if there's any?
I am ready.
Council members, questions for Ms. Parenteau on this proposal? Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Hey, Ms. Parenteau, how are you doing?
Good, thank you. How are you?
Pretty good. So I want to start with a positive, and I thank you for that change on the removal and replacement math. That works a lot better, I think. Really, really good. I'll have a question on that on additions because I'm not really clear on that. But I'm kind of distraught about the January 1st, 2022 date, but with the caveat of deemed complete. You've taken a two-word phrase that is arguably in the planning world the most undefinable, contested, crazy phrase that applies to any project in the planning process, and you've thrown that in as a caveat. I'm sure you know that. So I'm just wondering, for example, why we couldn't land on something like submitted before the start of the year, and then with a time requirement to have that become complete, like 6/1 of 2022 or something. Arguably, if somebody turned in a project tomorrow to try and get through the process, our process, it wouldn't be surprising that it might not be deemed complete by January 1st, due to no fault of the applicant. I mean, we all hear these horror stories all the time. But I also appreciate your spot about, the equivalent of having a Measure E stampede down to Garden Street to hold square footage for a date that's expiring. So I'm just wondering if that suggestion was talked about, if it has any merit just to resolve that holding a place, if we could set a future date that would make sense to you and was acceptable in kind of the big scheme of the things when you had to bring it complete, and then just move on from that. What do you think?
Thank you, Mayor Mario, Councilmember Jordan. I think the interpretation of the words deemed complete is different than how we intended it. So our intention with the words deemed complete was that you would have your 3 plan sets, your geological reports that needed to go along to be reviewed, and any other ancillary reports. So you have a complete application package ready for submittal. It's not that you would have any other approvals that are necessary by city process necessarily. So we could actually just remove the deemed complete, but we are worried that we would get a lot of folks just placeholding.
No, I totally agree with you. It's the equivalent of Measure E at a certain date and everybody rushes down there. But I'm certain there are people on this call from staff who know that that word phrase, deemed complete, is not as simple as you just explained it. There's one of them. Welcome, Mr. Hensky.
Honorable members of the council, all I wanted to point out is that deemed complete comes up in a couple of different contexts. One is with planning applications and that whole process. And that's not what we're talking about here. We're only talking about the building permit application itself. And so the application process for submitting a building permit is fundamentally simpler, in my opinion, than the type of application that creates fear and trembling in people's hearts, the planning application.
So I guess I would be interested by the time we get to this and into the conversation, if you would change those words to what you're talking about, rather than using the words that bring fear and loathing through the rest of the planning process.
And if you could provide a suggestion, because the words that are on the page say building permit. And then the second reference talks to the permit, which refers back to the immediately preceding clause where it is clear that it's the building permit and not any other type of permit.
I am the last guy, despite my history, to be able to tell you if that's an appropriate use of the words there or not.
Okay.
And if the fear and loathing actually has to do with the deemed complete of an application or a deemed complete of a process. I just know I've lived through too much trouble with deemed complete in the last 10 years. So I'd be interested to hear what everybody else has to say, because I think there's a definite need to avoid people throwing an app in there just to hold a spot and goobering it for the next year. But at the same time, I wouldn't like to see anybody get stopped. And I'm venturing way off into comments, so let me just move on. The only other question I had was, I think I asked this before last time, and the notes just keep growing and I don't know. I think your answer on ADUs was this does not apply to ADUs because there's other legislation that does. Is that right?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Jordan, I don't believe that was my answer.
Okay.
But this does not apply to attached ADUs unless they're triggering that 75%, right? Like if you're taking a 1,000 square foot home and adding 4,000 square feet, I mean, that's substantial redevelopment.
Yep, okay.
If they are a detached ADU, the way the ordinance is written, it does cover it. It would be
It's gonna count as a new, okay, fair enough. And then I don't understand the definition, and you talked about this in your staff report. You mentioned additions, and you referred back to the 75% stuff, the two things, but that paragraph starts with remove and replace. So if you just do an addition where you're not removing and replacing, how does an addition fall into that category? You're just adding footprint onto the back of a house.
Councilmember Jordan, I believe you'd have to remove something to add an addition to the back of the house, but I might need Mr. Henschke or Ms. Dye to
I'll just get down in the weeds on it. So if you're adding a 20-foot, if you're taking an existing 20-foot wall and adding a 20-foot width, but you're going 50 feet back there, so you're adding 1,000 square feet, but you're only touching that 20-foot wall, so maybe 10% of your existing building, that would be an addition that does not qualify?
Councilmember Jordan, the way that the ordinance is written, I'll let Dan Henschke correct me if I'm wrong, that would not apply because it would be under the 75% threshold of roof, walls, or foundation.
Okay. I don't see Dan popping on, so I'll save that for a comment then. So the method of addition is the amount of wall and or foundation that is removed against that math. It is not the size of the addition. It is just where it's touching the house, the amount of the amount of percentage that it plays with that existing house, right?
It's the comparison of the new walls versus the old walls, right? So how much, right, the percentage of the new total versus the old total.
Okay, so I don't think it says that.
Okay.
And I don't think that's what I understood you just said, because the way I understood what you just said, I'll go back to what I asked. It says remove and replace. And if I'm only removing 20 feet and replacing 20 feet, but I'm adding 150 feet of new walls, I'm not replacing anything. I didn't remove anything on those 150 feet. I only played something with the 20 feet where it was touching the existing wall. Does that make sense to both of you?
Maybe.
Don't make me draw a picture and hold it up.
No, Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Jordan, if I can jump in here. I believe that the way that the ordinance is currently drafted, the conversation of additions really doesn't really apply to any kind of addition, because in order for it to apply, it has to either be a brand new building, or you have to have an existing structure that's either completely removed, or the existing structure, the portion of the existing structure that is removed meets any of the other three criteria. 75% of the structural elements of the roof framing, 75% of the exterior walls, 75% of the foundation system. The measuring has to do with how do you measure that 75%. It doesn't have anything to do with the addition. It has to do with the removal.
Right.
It has to do with what you leave there. And
Right.
if you leave 50% and add on to it, it's not a new new construction for the purpose of this ordinance.
So if I'm looking at the square of your picture, and that's my building,
Yeah.
and I'm just taking one of the side rectangle small walls, I'm taking that down, but I'm adding on 3 new squares lengthwise on that. What you're telling me is the ordinance, in that particular case, I'm obviously I'm using less than 25% remove and replace, that the ordinance would not pick up an addition in that case, right?
Correct. And the notion is that we were trying to define existing building, because from the inception, this had been applied to existing buildings. And so we were trying to define existing building in the context of a partial removal of an existing building, and how much of that basically becomes a brand new building. And so the determination was, if it was more than 75% of an existing building that was basically taken away and something new was put back, then it would be triggered. But
Right.
otherwise, it would just be an addition to an old structure, then it doesn't count.
Got it. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you both. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Mr. Friedman, are you ready with your questions?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
And then we'll take a break and then go to public comments. Go ahead.
Thanks, Councilmember Jordan. You actually asked a lot of the questions I had, and when I spoke with you yesterday, Ms. Parento, on the specifically on the additions. I think that actually clarifies from our conversation yesterday. So an addition basically wouldn't count towards it. So you could theoretically have 1,000 square foot structure and add an addition of 2,000 square feet, and that 2,000 additional square feet wouldn't be applied. But that's where we are with is for new construction and new buildings. So my other questions I have, I think Councilmember Jordan actually asked a lot of them, but I had 2 additional. Let me go through my notes here. The first I wanted to ask about was disaster rebuilds. And does the ordinance allow for rebuilding a like for like? So an example of you lose your home in a fire, it's completely destroyed, and you have to rebuild from the ground up. Would you be allowed to replace with gas infrastructure if it was there before? You're not adding anything onto the house. It's the same footprint, same design style and everything. Would you be allowed to put gas back in there?
Thank you, Mayor Maria, Councilmember Friedman. This has come up at several of the previous subcommittee meetings that we have reviewed this ordinance. And the direction we received from the subcommittees was that was a good opportunity in a disaster rebuild situation to start again all electric. And so the ordinance as written would require electrification of that rebuild.
Okay. And then the other question I had, if you could speak to this, because this is, it's kind of counterintuitive to me, but it has to do with fireplaces. So if we don't allow fireplaces with natural gas, then the alternative is wood fireplaces. I'm not aware of electric fireplaces at this time that would be anywhere near equivalent, if at all. So the question I have is, being that wood is much more when just the air quality impacts, just the impacts in general are, I think they're far worse than you would have with natural gas, just burning of wood. What's to stop people incentivize people just to put wood fireplaces in? Is there a trade-off on that? So if you could speak to that difference, because I'm concerned that we'd have a shift to wood fireplaces, which could actually be an unintended consequence and actually have more air pollution, among other things.
Thank you, Councilmember Friedman. Yes, this was something that we considered throughout the process as well. And ultimately where we landed is that because the barrier to entry of starting a wood fire versus a natural gas fireplace, you can't just come home and click it on with a remote. You're less likely to have a wood fireplace or a fire unless you really wanted to, like sort of a special occasion kind of thing. But more importantly than that, the reason why we didn't allow the installation of natural gas fireplaces is that once that natural gas infrastructure is in the building and we have completed our inspections, we have no way of stopping the homeowner or business from extending that gas line to their kitchen, their space heater, or what have you. And so it just seemed like the potential to sort of go against what we're trying to accomplish here was greater than the loss of allowing wood fireplaces.
Okay. Those are the questions I have for right now, and I'll make my comments later. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Friedman. Ms. Gutierrez, go ahead.
Thank you. I would definitely want to say thank you to staff for this great presentation. And I'm a big supporter about environmental and health issues. I do have a couple questions because I did get bombarded with phone calls and emails from both sides. So where would the public find information to inform themselves and understand this ordinance right away? Where could they find this information?
Thank you, Mario, Councilmember Gutierrez. So currently the Sustainability and Resilience website has a whole subpage on this ordinance, including the timeline, the explanations of the why and what the implications are and the ordinance draft. And so I'd be happy to share that link with you, but it's on the Sustainability and Resilience webpage and it's right at the top of the homepage. There's a button to click right to it.
Okay. And thank you to Mr. Jordan. He did ask a lot of the questions I had. Where would an applicant applying for a building permit find this information? How will they know if it would apply to their project?
Thank you, Councilmember Gutierrez. So again, the information is on our webpage, and then the work to be done once the ordinance is approved would be to start working on the outreach of this has now been adopted. It will take effect January 1st, and we will be doing a lot with the Building and Safety Division to make sure people know that these changes are coming. We have a lot of great relationships throughout the city with, again, the Santa Barbara Contractors Association, the AIA, and others to really help get that word out and provide training as needed and answers. But people would know if it applies to them if they have not gotten their building permit by January 1st.
And then you had mentioned in your presentation that you, again, you just said about outreach efforts, both in English and Spanish. How do you plan to do that? And are you going to measure those type of outreach to see if they were successful or not? Or are you just, is the city just planning to, have it up in the website? How do you plan to do this outreach?
Thank you, Councilmember Gutierrez. So there's a number of ways that we will affect the outreach. We will do press releases. We will try to have news stories. We will go out into the community. In fact, our division, the Energy and Climate Division, recently contracted with local climate ambassadors that are embedded within a lot of our Spanish-speaking communities, and we've been using them to get the word out on our various environmental initiatives, including this one. So we will continue to do that. We go to neighborhood listening sessions, and we are working with other community-based organizations that have a widespread network to get the word out. So we will continue to leverage those. In terms of measurement, some outreach efforts are easy to measure and some are very challenging, but those that we can measure will certainly continue to do so.
And the reason that I'm asking specifically about the outreach, because as I was listening to your conversation and, I have a stock of all the emails that I got, I was just worried about, and I've seen this through the time that I've been here in the city, is that we do a lot of outreach when something's already implemented, but there's a lot of questions from the public and before it's implemented. So I just want to make sure that as a city, we are being very transparent and we're communicating with the public before decisions are made and everybody's freaking out and, people are upset. So that's why where my questions are coming from. There's still a lot of confusion. Like I said, I'm a big supporter of environmental and health issues, but the public seems still very worried, very confused. And Mr. Jordan asked some wonderful questions. So it's just something to think about when doing the outreaching, to make sure that we can have measurable outcomes. So when we have community members saying, how are you doing your outreach? And how do you know they're being successful? We can show that to them. Thank you.
Very good, thanks. Any other questions for Ms. Parenteau? And of course, after public comment, there might be questions too. But let's take a 10-minute break. We're at the 4 o'clock hour and our interpreters need, and our technical staff need a little break. So we're in recess. Thank you. a proposed ordinance enacting a prohibition of natural gas infrastructure in new construction. And unless someone wants to jump in from the city council with questions, let's take public comment. So Ms. Gorman, I'm assuming, and the recommendation there is on the screen. I'm assuming that people have their hands raised and we have plenty of public comment for this item. Can you tell me how many you think there are? Sometimes folks, we go from 3 minutes to 2 if there's a whole bunch of people, and we hope you don't mind if we trying to be time efficient.
Madam Mayor, it looks like it's about 15, 17 people.
Let's go ahead and stick with 3 minutes then. Okay.
Very good. I'll read out the names of our first speakers. Martha Sadler, Brian Johnson, Jonathan Ullman, Nadia Abushinab, Liz Campos, Karen Feeney, Brigitta Vanderay. So Martha Sadler, please go ahead.
Am I unmuted? Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Go ahead, Ms. Sadler.
Fabulous. Good afternoon. Just a quick question. Don't commercial kitchens also pose a gas in the building problem? But in any case, please do not exempt restaurants and commercial kitchens from the natural gas ban. It seems to me that the actual versus mythical and important downsides to induction compared to gas are: 1, the hum produced by vibrating cookware, depending on the cookware; 2, the fact that the glass ceramic top can be scratched by cookware; and 3, you can't do a dramatic round-bottomed wok cooking with tossing and shaking above a flame. Dramatic cookery can also be done on flat surfaces. Consider the classic Mexican comal, for example, and the Japanese teppanyaki grill. Plus, there are already recessed induction woks, and I expect plenty of problem-solving innovations still to come for this relatively new technology. This global warming thing is getting real, isn't it? People are being asked to make serious lifestyle changes. Mayor and Council, it is not too much to ask new commercial kitchens in Santa Barbara to cook by induction. Don't worry, it will be delicious and world-class. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Brian Johnson. Brian Johnson, please go ahead.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and council members. My name is Brian Johnson. I am the president of the Santa Barbara Association of Realtors, and I am speaking today with regards to the ordinance that's before you. I wanted to thank you on behalf of our members, over 1,300 here in the South Coast, as well as our clients, for your efforts on this. We appreciate staff and members' work to tweak this ordinance and to come up with what we feel like is a very solid ordinance, especially with the language that you've included, allowing for ADUs and junior ADUs to be constructed if they are connected to the main property, as well as the language with regards to remodels and rebuilds. So with that, I just wanted to thank you very much for a good job, and look forward to the new ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Jonathan Ullman. Jonathan Ullman, please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Jonathan Ullman. I am the director of the Los Padres chapter of the Sierra Club, representing Santa Barbara and Ventura. I'm a Santa Barbara resident. I want to thank you for being a leader in an all-electric future powered by renewables. You will be joining San Francisco and San Jose and San Luis Obispo and 50 other municipalities and help raise the bar in the state. While this ordinance is about new construction and new construction only, I encourage the city to participate in an all-state and regional retrofit program, and even create their own, and urge everyone who has the ability to switch out gas appliances to do so. You can literally do it tomorrow, or at least when your gas stove needs replacing. I urge the city to make sure all buildings have good vents over gas stoves in the meantime. We have a lot of renters in small places whose vents may not be adequate or not working at all. The chemicals in gas are toxic to humans, according to the UCLA Fielding School of Public Health. There is also a cumulative impact to our health in terms of climate change. Aside from your direct personal health and safety, you can never power a gas home with solar or wind or geothermal or hydro. You can only power it with those things with all electric buildings. This is the future. I'm glad you're leading it.
Thank you, sir.
Next speaker is Jonathan Ullman. I'm sorry, that was Jonathan Ullman. I apologize. Next speaker is Nadia Abushanab. Nadia Abushanab, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and City Council members. My name is Nadia Lee Abushanab, and I'm with the Santa Barbara County Action Network. And I also live on the west side of the city of Santa Barbara in District 3. I fully support the ordinance to prohibit natural gas in new constructions in Santa Barbara, both as a means to mitigate climate change and as a way to protect public health. I've had respiratory issues since I was young, and I'm very sensitive to whenever any of my 8 housemates are cooking anything in our small kitchen on our gas stove. Recently, I was house sitting for someone who had an induction stove, and it was much nicer. It was a much nicer experience for me, both while I was cooking and while others were cooking, and I did not experience respiratory issues in my time there. I really wish I could put an induction stove in my house, but unfortunately, as a renter, it is not an option for me. And passing this ordinance will help protect the health of future Santa Barbara residents by keeping natural gas out of their homes for renters and children who do not have control over the appliances in their homes. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Liz Campos. Liz Campos, please go ahead. Liz Campos, you can unmute yourself and go ahead. There you go.
I'm sorry. Mayor, council members, I come to you today as chairman of the West Side Community Council in Ventura. I come to encourage you to pass this ordinance as a protection to your residents and ours, particularly those in Goleta, which houses what SoCalGas has said they will make the largest gas storage field in Southern California. I remind you, a gas storage field is simply a place where gas at very high pressure is forced underground. It's not in tanks. There's no protection from earthquakes, fires, or other forces that cause seepage. It takes very little to cause a gas storage field to leak, particularly under pressure, and particularly in a drought. This gas is being pressurized at a compressor station in West Ventura, 35 yards from an elementary school playground where children sit to eat their lunches. 78% of the children attending this school entered healthy, but now suffer severe reactive asthma. The entire neighborhood surrounding the site suffer. We have lived less than half a mile from the compressor that feeds Santa Barbara's gas demands, and I am now under chemo for stage 4 lung cancer. My neighbors disproportionately suffer cancers of lung, liver, blood, and brain. All these can be caused by natural gas toxicity. So not passing this ordinance will greatly expand the Goleta storage field and cause those same disproportionate health effects in the UCSB students who live nearby, and the same effects in residents within several miles, as the same as did Aliso Canyon storage field failure 6 years ago. I remind you, we're living at a time when the effects of climate abuse by fossil fuel companies are a burden to us all and all species. It's time to protect people from the pain of lung cancer, protect children from the painful gasping and choking of severe asthma attacks. For these reasons, I strongly encourage you to vote yes and protect all of your residents, all of your children, and all of ours. I thank you for hearing me today. And I particularly thank you because Santa Barbara will hopefully influence a lot of other cities. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Next speaker is Karen Feeney. Karen Feeney, please go ahead. Karen Feeney, you can unmute yourself and go ahead.
Madam Mayor and City Council members, my name is Karen Feeney. I work for Allen Construction. We have our offices on Milpa Street within your jurisdiction. I'm going to read the letter that we submitted to you last week and have a couple additional comments. Allen Construction encourages the City of Santa Barbara to adopt a proposed ordinance prohibiting natural gas hookups in new buildings. As a builder in the Santa Barbara area for over 35 years and a leader in the sustainable building community, we believe banning new hookups for natural gas and as a result supporting the construction of all electric homes will offer our clients reduced carbon emissions, improved indoor air quality, energy resiliency, and lower energy costs over the life of their home. New clients are coming to us on a weekly basis asking for our help to convert their homes to all electric. We believe that all electric homes are a key part of the solution to climate change. Buildings that get their power from fossil fuels produce carbon emissions for the life of that building, which could be decades. Constructing a new building powered by clean energy, especially with an on-site photovoltaic system, will reduce, if not eliminate, these carbon emissions and have significant positive impacts on the planet for years to come. I won't read the rest of the letter, but I'll just say that it's signed by Aaron Pick, our CEO, Eric Johnson, our Vice President, Ryan Cullinan, our Director of Sales, and myself, Karen Feeney. So with regards to the additional comments I wanted to make, these are addressing technical comments that were made by opponents of the ordinance back in your meeting in January. And just in case they come up, I want to cut them off at the pass. The first is the cost difference between a gas furnace with air conditioning and a heat pump heating and cooling system. Heat pump heating and cooling systems can run anywhere from 21 to 29%, average of about 25% more than a gas furnace. But the good news is that there are rebates available as well as significant energy savings over the life of the system that would reduce this cost difference significantly. With regards to installation, each of the units have their own specific requirements and challenges for installation, but the basic thing is that the installation costs are roughly the same. And in our mild climate, heat pump systems typically operate with efficiencies of about 300% year-round. We never get the low freezing temperatures that would freeze the heat pump coils and make the units operate less efficiently. And that was a specific comment from the opposition. It's just not true. And I wanted to make sure that that was clear. So thank you for considering this ordinance. We look forward to helping with its implementation. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Feeney. Appreciate it.
Next speaker is Brigitte Vanderray. Brigitte Vanderray, please go ahead.
Hello, my name is Brigitte Vanderray. I live at 357 Arroyo Road, Santa Barbara. And I would like to thank Madam Mayor and the council members for supporting the council's consideration to transitioning to all electric new construction. Please stay strong on this commitment to reduce greenhouse gases. Climate scientists have been warning us that human actions are negatively affecting our climate for over 70 years. So I really appreciate your action now. We're seeing a lot more evidence of global warming, just even in our community, and on the daily news, we see it worldwide. I have 3 children and 2 grandchildren. So please do all you can to protect and improve their living conditions and provide a pleasant climate. I also want to say that decisions like this should not be viewed as curtailments or losses of our freedoms and our way of life. Ms. Parento's excellent presentation touched on many benefits. What a wonderful opportunity for us to be leaders and to, begin the transition. Companies can and do pivot to provide services, jobs, and taxes by moving to new and next technologies as we improve our management decisions. And gas and heating stoves often have caused unhealthy indoor air quality, something that I experienced personally when I was younger and I visited a friend that had a stinky gas leak that no one in the apartment wanted to pay to correct. Not hooking up to gas in new construction saves resources, materials, and maintenance, which results in lower building costs. So these are all pluses. So thank you again for your forward thinking and for your care and prioritization of our well-being. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next set of speakers are Danny Edelson, John Norwood, Katie Davis, Paul Poirier, Ben Schwartz, Larry Bishop, Vincent Law, Roy Reed, Nancy Black, and Tomas Rebecki. Danny Edelson, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and City Council members. My name is Danny Edelson. I'm a Santa Barbara resident and an Energy Program Associate speaking on behalf of the Community Environmental Council. I'm also speaking on behalf of the 121 people who just over the weekend signed on in support of this ordinance. First, I'd like to thank staff for the comprehensive information. All of this serves as a great example of how to implement an all-electric measure for our entire region. This vote is an important step toward reaching the city's goal of carbon neutrality by 2035, and also in continuing to set an example of climate leadership. Building energy use is a large and persistent fraction of our greenhouse gas emissions, and transitioning the building stock to becoming all electric is a really lengthy process. So setting rules for new buildings now is an important step in the right direction. It is vitally important to stop ourselves from continuing to dig an even deeper hole of fossil fuel use. And it is also a step that is frankly very practical right now. This ordinance brings the benefits of lower construction costs, better energy efficiency, and the avoidance of the many dangerous health impacts of using fossil fuels indoors. Thank you for your support and thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Our next speaker is John Norwood. John Norwood, please go ahead.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, sir.
Good. Madam Mayor and City Council members, thank you for the opportunity to make a few comments here. My name is John Norwood. I'm with the California Pool and Spa Association. We have sent you a detailed letter and did participate in the stakeholder process. Our ask is for a specific exemption for residential and commercial gas, swimming pool, and spa heaters, as there are really no practical alternatives to gas heaters today. In addition, we think that exemption should apply to outdoor barbecues, outdoor kitchens, pizza ovens, fire pits, fireplaces, and outdoor heaters where there's either not alternatives or the alternatives are severely disappointing. In-ground spa heaters that are an important element for your citizens in terms of relaxation and health and exercise in their backyards. Pools and spas are especially important to your hotels, motels, spas, school facilities, and clubs. And as I mentioned, there are not alternatives today. For an example, a high school pool would take 18 heat pump water heaters running 7 days a week, 24 hours a day to heat those to a temperature for competitive events. With regard to an in-ground spa, heat pump water heater would take 6 hours to heat that to 100, 102, and would not maintain the temperature in your climate zone as opposed to 40 minutes. So you're seeing you're going to use a lot more energy and cost the consumer a lot more dollars if we don't have an exemption here. We note that you do have an impracticality exemption in this, but that really shouldn't be a one-off decision that somebody decides that 5 or 6 hours is okay to wait for a spot to heat up when the normal experience is maybe 40 minutes. We think, like restaurants, there should be an exemption across the board for gas, spa, and pool heaters. We explained more and provided examples in the letter we submitted. We'll appreciate the time for these comments, and I'd be happy to answer any questions anybody has. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Katie Davis. Katie Davis, please go ahead.
Hello, this is Katie Davis, chair of the Sierra Club Los Padres chapter. And first, I just want to reiterate the strong support of the community for this ordinance. We had over 1,200 people sign the Sierra Club petition since this came up in January, and there have been hundreds of others through Community Environmental Council, SBCAN, and others. And over 45 organizations have signed on to this coalition supporting this ordinance, including many environmental organizations, businesses, and employers in Santa Barbara, including those most close to the building and knowledgeable about building and electrification, including contractors and architects, affordable housing experts, renewable energy businesses. Southern California Edison as well supports this. And they obviously have the greatest understanding of what the grid, how the grid operates. So you have very strong support. This is a really exciting game changer, the combination of the carbon-free electricity from community choice energy and this move to electrification, since 40% of Santa Barbara emissions are from buildings. Those two things are really, really game changers. And we're all going to benefit because it is a better experience to live in an electric home. I just got an induction stove myself, and I love it. Kids that grow up in homes with gas stoves are 40% more likely to have asthma. And I was the parent with these little babies with asthma and taking them to the hospital when they had like asthma-induced pneumonia. And I know what that's like. So it's really exciting. Going forward, people won't have to go through that. Buildings, it turns out, produce like 9 times more NOx pollution than gas power plants. So it's hugely important for our health. The infrastructure is also damaging, as Ms. Campos mentioned earlier, fires, explosions. So this move off of gas is going to be just good for us. I did want to touch on 2 things that came up. One, to the last speaker, there is an exemption if no alternatives exist. So that is covered. If there isn't an alternative, you don't have to, you can have an exemption to this. And to Council Member Friedman regarding fireplaces, I just want to quote from this 19 types of fireplaces for your home buying guide. And the #1 thing says electric fireplaces are quickly catching on as the most popular fuel type available. And the benefits of they are cost effective, affordable, lowest installation costs, least maintenance, easiest to use and adjust heating, safest, and most customizable. So that's all good. And then if you really, really need fire, there's like gel and ethanol fireplaces, so there's still alternatives. So it's all fine. And thank you so much for moving forward with this and for your leadership and climate action.
Thank you.
Very good, sorry. Our next speaker is Paul Poirier. Paul Poirier, go ahead.
Hi, Paul Poirier, local architect. I want to thank the mayor and city council and Alelia for such an excellent report. I've been working with AIA California, with a lot of other jurisdictions across the state, and with architects, trying to educate architects about how to design all electric buildings. We've had many webinars this year already, because this movement is spread all over the state of California. And Santa Barbara has always been a leader. We're very lucky to have you adopt the 2035 goal of zero carbon city. And, we really want to try to help you guys do that by getting our businesses in line, the contractors, and the architects on how to install these types of systems and put the stuff in. Myself, I've designed some all-electric buildings that are commercial in Santa Barbara and in Solvang. And we just did the new U.S. Forest Service building in Solvang, California. They relocated from Goleta to out there, and it's all electric, taking care of their heat, their hot water. They have showers for folks that go out, maybe walk through the Poison Oak and have to shower off at work. So it's definitely attainable, and we didn't choose that necessarily for an environmental reason. It was chosen because it was the least expensive and most cost-effective way to build that sort of building on an existing building that didn't have gas. So I think once the education gets out, the dollars are going to drive the movement away from natural gas. But this is a good way to kickstart it in our city along. And, you know, the architects are just here to answer any questions, help you guys out, and help move the city forward in the right direction. So I know there's a lot of confusion being seeded in the community by other folks. But I think that this ordinance is very clear. It defines what a new building is. It doesn't talk about all the things that don't apply. It only talks about the things that it does apply to. And I think the language is very clear. It's new buildings. And if you have an existing building and you do two of the three things it says, remove more than 75% of the roof and either 75% of the walls or 75% of the floor, it's a new building because there's not a heck of a lot left. So I think that's super reasonable. And also submitting a complete application before the end of the year is a typical thing we do every 3 years as the energy code changes. So it's really not anything that onerous. And to simplify it down to where, well, how will somebody know that there's a new ordinance coming into play? It's not like you can go down there and get a permit without hiring an architect or a builder to get some plans done for you. And hopefully they're professional enough to know what's going on in the city. But thank you very much for your leadership. It's awesome. And thank you to the coalition that's helped to have the dialogue around this issue.
Thank you. Good information. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Ben Schwartz. Ben Schwartz, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Ben Schwartz, and I'm the Policy Manager for the Clean Coalition. We've submitted written comment letters and commented for the ordinance councils and at multiple stages of this process. And so on behalf of the Clean Coalition, I just want to reiterate our support for this ordinance and believe that the council should pass it. Electrification helps stage the local grid for community microgrids, which can provide an unparalleled level of resilience that is especially necessary in a community that is at risk of wildfires, mudslides, earthquakes, and the like. And therefore, increasing the amount of electrical load makes it easier for the city to prepare its infrastructure in cases of these events and outages. So, you know, I've made all these points before. The one thing I want to suggest quickly is that Santa Barbara positions itself as a leader in the field as it moved towards electrification and achieving its climate goals. And in addition to approving this ordinance, I think it's quite important that the city uses its gravitas to signal towards other local events occurring around it relating to natural gas, specifically the proposed expansion in Ventura that would end up increasing by a large amount the amount of natural gas being sent to the La Goleta storage facility, which has lines that run through the city. As the city continues to see a lessening load of gas usage, I think it's very important that it also continues to signal that more gas is not necessary in the area and that the resource profile that is being used should reflect the demand of the city that is using it. Thank you, and please approve this ordinance.
Thanks, Mr. Schwartz. Speaker.
Next speaker is Larry Bishop. Larry Bishop, please go ahead.
Well, thank you, Mayor and City Council. My name is Larry Bishop. I'm speaking for Safe Energy Now North County. We're a group that has been for several years encouraging clean energy projects in the Tri-County area and discouraging several more dangerous and climate-threatening fossil fuel projects. And in addition to our letter that we have submitted to the city council, there's a few points I would like to make from what I picked up today. Thank you very much for the city council and Mrs. Parenteau and staff for putting together a wonderful presentation. We are obviously in favor of the prohibiting gas infrastructure and new construction. And it is time for every city, in addition to Santa Barbara, to consistently take steps to preserve our climate. I live in Buellton, and I'm hoping if you folks, Santa Barbara, can lead the rest of the county in this direction. In regards to gas hazards, there's been several issues brought up on gas hazards from the health standpoint, but just from the state safety standpoint, natural gas causes several fires locally and many explosions, and tons of carbon monoxide poisonings throughout the year. So all of those hazards would be gone if we stopped using gas. So natural gas has been promoted as very safe, but it in fact does cause a lot of damage. In regard to other beneficial aspects to the electric use, there's tremendous cost savings when you get rid of the gas infrastructure, and it's going to encourage self-generation of energy. So people now and companies now can generate all the power they need on their roofs and elsewhere, and for all of their uses. And so thank you very much for this opportunity to comment, and looking forward to a gas-free future in our residences, our commercial facilities, our public buildings. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Vincent Law. Vincent Law, please go ahead.
Hello, does everyone hear me?
Yes.
All right. Thank you, Madam Mayor and the members of the council for allowing me the opportunity to speak. I'd also like to thank Ms. Parenteau for giving her detailed presentation. My name is Vincent Law, and I am a software engineer and a graduate of UC Santa Barbara. Until very recently, I was a resident of the Lower West Side, and unfortunately, due to the rising cost of living in California, I have decided to relocate to the Phoenix, Arizona area. And I would like to express my opposition to this ordinance. I think, as we've seen in the last decade, due to the rising cost of living, due to the many regulations imposed by municipal, county, and state government, we have seen a lot of people leaving the state. And in the last decade, these people have mainly been working and middle class. However, because of the pandemic, what we're seeing is the exodus is now a lot of professional people like me making six-figure salaries. And furthermore, I've also seen among my coworkers, because of the high cost of living, they are commuting from Buellton to Santa Barbara, from Ventura to Santa Barbara, or even as far away as Santa Maria or San Luis Obispo. And if our goal is to reduce fossil fuel consumption, we have to consider, that into effect as well. I do think fighting climate change should be a priority. However, I think there's a lot of binary thinking. I think natural gas, yes, it is a fossil fuel, but it is also a lot cleaner than coal. what we've seen is that as the U.S. has generated more electricity from natural gas, we've seen the U.S. decrease its net CO2 emissions. And I have doubts that, given that California is taking 2,000 megawatts of generation capacity from Diablo Canyon, given that we have a drought, which is lowering the amount of electric output from hydro dams, such as the Hoover Dam, I have serious doubts that we can support the full transition to natural gas. And those are my points. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Roy Reed. Roy Reed. And after Roy Reed, I'll just read more names. We have Nancy Black, Thomas Rebecki, Anna Maria Gott, Alex Peugeot, and Erica Reinhardt. Roy Reed, please go ahead. Oh, sorry. There you go.
Thank you. I was trying to unmute myself and couldn't. But yeah, my name is Roy Reed. I'm president of the Santa Barbara County Taxpayers Association. Since 1956, we've observed county governments and we promoted transparency, equity in their activities in the hopes of enhancing the benefit to business and the citizen. I've had the ability to attend the workshops for this ordinance and have been very impressed with the quality of the visuals and the skills of your staff's presentations. We also would applaud your effort for existing properties to utilize education and incentive in pursuit of your climate goals. One of the things we have consistently supported in government's efforts to modify behaviors is the use of education and incentives over flat out bans and mandates. That's why, while we applaud your efforts for existing properties, we're a bit disappointed in the proposed ordinance, which would be an outright ban on natural gas infrastructure in new properties. We would greatly prefer an education and incentive program for developers and builders and designers of those new properties. And given the quality of the presentations and the skills of staff we have observed both today and at the workshops, we feel that would prove a simple task for your staff and would provide a much more appropriate solution for the city of Santa Barbara, which has long been envisioned as a city that values and promotes personal freedom. So we feel an educational incentive program for new structures would be greatly preferable to the ban as the ordinance proposes. It would also, we feel, effectively reduce potential for litigation, particularly with respect to some of the definitions the ordinance contains relative to how much of a property warrants a ban, how much does not, etc. And this is Santa Barbara County. We know litigation follows nearly every action. So in closing, an amusing observation, Santa Barbara is a city that depends on tourism, welcomes hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of tourists to the city each year, most of whom traverse the city in their own personal conveyances that leave an unending stream of carbon emissions, yet you're considering a move that would effectively remove the simple freedom of selecting what method of warming dinner or the kids' bathwater from local residents. We don't feel that's an appropriate solution and would fully support, as I said before, an incentive and education program, which it would appear would be well within the capacity of your energy department. We appreciate the opportunity to comment and hope you grasp the potential gravity of the decision you're about to make. Thank you.
Mr. Reed, I have a question for you. So you've taken over for Mr. Armendariz with the Taxpayers Association?
Joe left to pursue other opportunities over a year ago.
Okay, I'm
He's
glad to
still
know you.
around, but his job is different.
Thank you for your comment, sir.
You're welcome.
Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Nancy Black. Nancy Black, please go ahead.
Hi. As a constituent, a local business and homeowner, I absolutely support an all electric ordinance and highly recommend that it be adopted. Well, I'm here as a steering committee member of Citizens Climate Lobby of Santa Barbara, and I'm on the board of CLAWS, which is the Committees for Land, Air, Water, and Species. So this is just highly relevant, but I'm appearing here as a mom. So everybody has expressed very well the points I might have made, but maybe not enough about how explosive gas is. So I just want to really quick, once my brother came to visit and we were going to have him stay in our neighbor's house, they had said that that was okay. Well, their person who was staying there before left the gas on. And when my brother and I appeared at the door, he with his baby in arms, my husband went in and realized the gas was on and turned it off. And in that moment, if it had clicked, if it had been one of those stoves that clicks, the pilot, the house would have exploded with my husband, myself, my brother, and his baby. And so that lucky moment has haunted me forever. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Black. Thank you. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Thomas Rebecki. Thomas Rebecki, please go ahead.
Hi, council members and Mayor. My name is Tomas Morales Rebecki. I'm the Central Coast Organizing Manager for Food and Water Watch. I live here in Ventura and live a couple blocks from that compressor facility to that list compost and some of the other members have mentioned today. One of the benefits was mentioned in the slides of 7 benefits the health and welfare of Santa Barbara citizens. But as mentioned, it also benefits the health and welfare of our community that's already suffering from some of the highest levels of pollution, asthma, and cancer in the whole state of California. And decreasing demand in your area will help us decrease the use of this facility and stop the doubling of the size of this facility too that we're in the process of battling. So your vote today will help us in our battle of trying to stop this facility and getting it shut down. It's right across the street from an elementary school where my kids will attend. I'm a father of 2. Their lungs are developing. As was mentioned before, it's dangerous indoors. It's dangerous. It's not just methane. There's other chemicals in this gas too, benzene, formaldehyde, mercaptan too, that causes nosebleeds, headaches, itchy eyes, itchy throats. Many of these symptoms are experienced by our community members when this facility does blowdowns and can be experienced too in your own home. There's been plenty of experiences in the past. NASA has labeled this facility as a super emitter of methane. And there's been plenty of leaks dating back decades where people have experienced these health effects. So this is an environmental justice issue that affects our community and is tied together to all of us too. As was mentioned, it sends gas to the La Galita storage facility too, which has a long history of leaks and putting that community at risk. They even had to buy, SoCalGas had to buy braces for the mobile homes near that facility too, because there's constant rumbling. This is not just health effects, but climate change. As we know, we're experiencing fires at a greater rate in our communities. Here we had to evacuate for weeks in our neighborhood because of the Thomas Fire in 2017. So one of the other speakers talked about how it's a bridge fuel from coal. Methane is not a bridge fuel. There's so many fugitive emissions along the way. And methane is a greater greenhouse gas than CO2, 80 times more of a greenhouse gas. So this is not a bridge fuel. We need to get off now for our future generations. We need to set an example. Your example today is going to send ripple effects throughout the rest of the Central Coast. So I thank you all for taking this up. And we're hoping to do the same in Ventura and throughout the Central Coast. So thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Rebecki. Speaker?
Next speaker is Anna Marie Gott. Anna Marie Gott, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, City Council. I certainly support this ordinance, but I would suggest a few changes. The first is the implementation and building permit timeline needs to be shortened. As-built construction should be prohibited, period. You have restaurants that should not be exempt. And let's just, make a requirement that any remodels of restaurants have to eliminate gas in the next 5 years. Wood fireplaces should also be eliminated. One of the speakers, and actually multiple speakers, have talked about respiratory issues and asthma. I can personally attest to substantial health problems as a direct result of a wood burning fire pit. I had a smoke inhalation injury in 2017, and I now have uncontrolled asthma that is in part triggered by particulate matter from burning. That's everything from fuel in your vehicle to a fire pit, a fireplace, or a wildfire. I literally cannot go outside when the particulate matters, PM2.5 levels are high. I have to be in the low zone to actually feel comfortable right now because my doctor cannot control my asthma. So I also just want to, bring up an issue, which is why is the City Council not requiring solar with all projects? Any commercial building, any new housing unit, and then a lot of remodels. Why isn't the City Council looking at cement alternatives? A different combination of material used in cement can actually trap CO2 emissions. We need to look at other ways that the city can actually eliminate or reduce CO2 emissions. And that might be requiring that commercial projects that are proposed have a substantial portion of the workforce that will be working remotely. We need to double down on anything that is going to reduce carbon emissions. And that includes figuring out a way to reduce all of the CO2 emissions from vehicles that travel to Santa Barbara with tourists in them. So that is something to consider because 80% of the tourists that come to Santa Barbara come in a vehicle. And they come from somewhere in the state of California. Thank you.
Thanks.
Our next speaker is Alex Pujo. Alex Pujo, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and Council members. I'm Alex Pujo, an architect practicing locally since 1983. The 1980s were the aftermath of the oil embargoes that began California's long and winding road towards energy conservation. Those were the days when Title 24 first came into being, and building features like roof insulation and dual glazing became no longer optional, but required. That time, not so long ago, seems quaint now as California leads the nation towards zero net energy use just a few years down the road. That means that all the energy used by a building will be generated by the building itself. And up to 40% of greenhouse emissions are related to buildings' construction and operations. Hardly a day goes by without yet another reminder that the climate catastrophe is now upon us. Torrential floods in Germany, 112 degrees in Portland, year-round fires in the western states. This is no longer an ominous future, but a sovereign reality. Think globally, act locally. For us in Santa Barbara, where not much new construction takes place, an ordinance that applies only to new buildings may seem inconsequential. But if you look closely, you'll see that it's also an important and significant step as more and more municipalities and counties join in the process, prompting the state of California to upgrade its energy codes. And when California leads, the country follows. Thank you for your leadership on this effort.
Thank you, Mr. Pujol. Another speaker?
Our final speaker is Erica Reinhardt. Erica Reinhardt, please go ahead.
I'm calling in strong support for passing this ordinance. Thank you to Lelia for her incredible work on this, as evidenced by the broad range of groups, including local realtors and contractors, calling into support. To put some of the previously raised concerns to rest, electrified buildings are already cleaner today in California than the natural gas equivalents. Not only does burning methane in each of our homes produce greenhouse gases, as well as indoor air pollutants that affect our health, potent methane leaks from the natural gas pipelines exacerbate the negative climate impact of the current system. As the California grid continues to be further decarbonized, all electric buildings will approach zero operational emissions. To respond to the previous speaker from the Taxpayers Association, education incentive programs are insufficient to meet the climate crisis at this point. We know that we need to get to net zero greenhouse gas emissions as soon as possible to prevent the effects of climate change we're already seeing every day from getting even worse. To do so, we must stop investing in new fossil fuel infrastructure ASAP, and then continue the hard work of reducing existing infrastructure and usage. Today's step is the important first step in that process. There's simply no way to continue to needlessly burn fossil fuels when we have clean electric replacements already, nor is there any reason to build new buildings that will continue that reliance and kick the can down the road towards cleaning up the mess. I fully electrified my home and can confirm that biofuel outdoor fireplaces and electric grills work great. No concern there, and I'm sure many others will find the same as they make this transition themselves. So thank you all for your leadership in taking this crucial step, both for our climate, for all of our health, and for the future of our community. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Ms. Gorman, anyone else raising their hands?
Madam Mayor, one person just raised their hand, Steve House.
Okay.
And that's our final speaker.
Thank you.
Steve House, please go ahead. Steve House, you can unmute yourself and go ahead.
Sorry. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you.
Okay, good. So good afternoon, Madam Mayor and council members. I want to reassure you, in case there's any doubt in your mind, that I do support the ordinance. I just want to make sure we get details right. And on the deemed complete issue, Ms. Parento says that it doesn't mean that you have to have your other approvals. But in 20 years on design review boards, I've so often heard staff tell an applicant that they can't get into the building department until they get a final approval. So I would feel more comfortable if you could hear from staff on the planning side that it is possible to submit for a building permit before you have final approval from a design review board. Maybe that's possible. I've never tried it, but if that's possible, then that's great. The other thing I find is a strange conflict. It goes back to the addition issue, that you can add a 4,000 square foot addition to a small house and it would not trigger compliance with this ordinance. Yet, if your house was destroyed by flood or fire, you would have to comply with this ordinance. So it would seem like if the objective is to get major projects, including a fire or flood rebuild, in compliance, that should apply to a large addition. And once again, keep it simple. If you are altering or adding more than whatever threshold, 50% or 75% of the existing square footage, that would trigger compliance. So that's all I have to add, and thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll close public comment. Ms. Gorman?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Thanks. And if Mr. Hamilton will put up the slide of the recommendation, let's start our conversation there. Somebody wants to make a motion or give comments. Mr. Jordan, you're first in my view, if you're ready to go, Mr. Friedman then? Go ahead, Mr. You have the floor.
Madam Mayor. You can go ahead, Mr. Jordan, since you're a former planning commissioner.
Chewing.
Okay. So I just wanted to say I'll be supporting the ordinance and definitely understand whenever there's change, some of the questions, and I think they were all valid questions to get through here, to get us to this point, and a lot of those were addressed on the process, going back to the Sustainability Committee and ordinance. And I really want to thank Ms. Parento and staff for taking those questions into consideration, the level of detail in the staff report, and answering some of my questions as well. And for me, you know, there are some things that there's no perfect ordinance on this. There are going to be some trade-offs. But what I found is that it didn't get mentioned today, but is the source of a lot of natural gas. And I went and found from the U.S. Energy Information Administration that in the year 2000, approximately 7% of natural gas was from hydraulic fracturing, and as recently as 2016, that number was up to 67%. So there's a significant amount of natural gas that comes from hydraulic fracturing, which we have in our county and in our city have strong thoughts towards that, and not only the greenhouse gas emissions, but the use of water and the high intense uses of water on that, especially when we're talking about limited water and drought. So it's also how it's manufactured that comes into the equation. So so for me, I'm supportive of the work that's been done in the ordinance on this. And in regards to the issue of the deemed complete, I agree with Councilmember Jordan's comments earlier. I just want to make sure that that we tighten that up so that there is no ambiguity there. So I'm open to what that would be, or if we leave it like that, or if I guess Mr. House asked the question, is it possible to apply for a building permit without going through final permitting through the planning department? So I just want to make sure that that's tightened up on that. And then that's my comments right now. Thank you.
You know, let's address that right now. Mr. Casey, I'm looking through the list of for planning staff.
Madam Mayor, if you just invite Mr. Henschke back on, he and I had a kind of an offline conversation. The copy of the wording we're holding right now is not the accurate copy. He has the real copy, and it solves the problem.
I see him there. Mr. Henschke, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. Yes, what staff would like to propose is a correction to the draft, and it's in section 22.100.040. And the correction, Ms. Parento mentioned that the ordinance would become effective essentially on January 2nd, 2022. Well, what we need to do is we need to change, excuse me, the ordinance to say a building permit for construction is issued after January 1st, 2022. That would make it effective January 2nd, unless a complete building permit application is submitted on or before December 31, 2021. I provided this language to the clerk, but that eliminates the deemed complete issue, and it continues to keep the ordinance tied to the building permit, which is the last permit that you need before you can actually start construction. So it's the last one in the line.
Okay, so if we were to make a motion, I'm looking at, it would be staff recommendation incorporating the change described by the city attorney.
Yes, that's correct, Mayor. Thank you very much. Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Jordan, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I think there was actually some other language floating around there already that didn't quite make it into the proposed ordinance. I am supportive and concur with everything that Councilmember Friedman said. And I want to also thank staff for doing a really good job, and definitely a really good job putting up with my never-ending questions and the details on this. I think the details are often important and sometimes overlooked when we make a rush to when we make an appropriate rush to a required global change in our little sphere of what we do. You've heard me say that before, that we're just marching quickly towards something that's all encompassing without talking about the details. And I'm really happy today with some of the detailed answers I've received. And again, I want to thank staff for putting up with me. This is clearly an action that needs to take place, and it's certainly coming sooner rather than later at the state level. So I don't really think we're too far ahead of where the rest of the state is going eventually, if not sooner than eventually. And I think the impact is frequently overblown. Gas, just like anything you burn, is not clean burning. And we just need to stop burning stuff and look for other ways to do it. I think this is probably as good and as effective as a method we're going to see. It's not going to affect me in my lifetime. It's certainly going to have a benefit to my children and my grandchildren in their lifetime. And I think we're going to see just a gradual, over time, migration away from the way it is now to the way it will be in the future. I don't think we're turning the corner and have to start doing a whole bunch of things different next week or even January 1st of 2022. I think it's going to be a very imperceptible long-term change. And that's exactly what staff has portrayed this as, a long-term gain for the future, rather than continuing on a path where we include types of building construction that last for 100 years. This starts to remedy that and turn that around. So again, happy to support this. I think it's really, when you get down to it philosophically, in the way we want to generate our heat, generate our energy, that this is clearly the path we need to go. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Ms. Sneddon, and then Ms. Harmon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I really believe the time has come for this ordinance and have supported it from the discussions at Sustainability Committee and on through the Ordinance Committee. I'm appreciative of the changes that have been made over time. I think we need this to meet our ambitious fossil-free goals. We won't get there without this. It's an incremental step, and it's actually quite small and only affects new construction and isn't retroactive. And I think we could still be looking at what kind of incentives we could be offering to help with that retrofitting of current structures. But in the meantime, this is a very small impact moving forward, which could have big gains for us. And I'm thinking about how we just celebrated the opening of the Tahigas landfill, the anaerobic digester, and what we're doing to divert organics and keep methane out of the atmosphere at great expense, really. And it wouldn't make sense for us to try and mitigate that methane, but not this methane from new construction. So I just think it's relatively straightforward to just prevent new infrastructure from being built in that way. And I think it's good that we do have the appeal process so that that's possible for extraordinary circumstances. I do have a question about if we could have anything that's already in the system or in the queue. It wouldn't need to fall under that January 2nd, December 31st deadline of a completed permit. I feel like if people are already in process somewhere in our process, that should be able to be completed for only those projects that are already in the process. But I will defer also to council on that, and I'm happy to move it forward the way it is. And you know, just anecdotally, on our break, I took a road trip up to Oregon, and, you know, through wildfires, through 102-degree temperatures, across, you know, Shasta Lake and other lakes that were almost completely dry. And climate change is not just in the immediate, it's in the long term. And this is such a small step to be taking, really. And we're supported along the way in this decision. So I'm really happy to support this and to move it forward. Happy to make the motion if that's what's called for, moving it forward as is, or if there's a consideration for anything that's already in the queue, to not have to have the permit complete by that January 2nd or the new language deadline. But if there isn't will for that, I'm fine with moving it forward as is as well. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay, yeah, let's keep going. Let's see. Thanks. Ms. Harmon?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, I think I can be very brief because all of our colleagues spoke so eloquently on the subject. I did just want to go on record saying that I agree with everyone that has spoken in my support of this measure today. It has been a long, robust conversation over the last however many months, 8 months or so, to get to this point. I appreciate the evolution of some of the nuance of this ordinance. I think it's become a really good ordinance, and I'm really proud of it. And I think, you know, I've often been asked lately, you know, how are we as a city going to effectuate our really aspirational climate goals? And this is one of those ways. I agree with my colleagues. This is a small step. It's not in and of itself transformative, but it is, I think, it really demonstrates our commitment to actually living out that goal and making it happen. So I'm just proud to be here, proud, and will be proud to vote yes. Onto the specific point about the queue, I agree. I think that's a reasonable suggestion that was just made. If a project is already in the queue, to say that this doesn't apply. I do have concerns, as was stated by Ms. Parento, that will lead to a rush, but a rush of applications rather. But I am open to that if there's will from our colleagues to make that change. Otherwise, just wanted to go on record with my support. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thanks. Well, let's ask Mr. Henschke to come back, or Mr. Casey, on the point of something that's already in the pipeline. And Mr. Henschke, did you think that your change would address that? Or Mr. Casey?
Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, I'm not quite clear what in the queue means. And I'm sorry for pausing, but I'm trying to be careful here. If it's somebody who has simply submitted an application and has started the very beginning of the land use process of going through all the discretionary approvals that are necessary, right now the ordinance is written so that you have to submit your building permit application. And so then that's more in line with what traditional vesting is. Traditional vesting generally occurs when you get a building permit, and we've delayed the period until, when I say we, staff is recommending a delay to the period until January 1st of 2022, which gives a period of time for people to complete, that are in the process, to complete the process. If you want to grandfather in projects that are still going through discretionary review, the discretionary review process, that's a policy choice. And because it's a policy choice, I can write the language once I'm told what that policy choice is. And now I will defer to Mr. Casey to talk about policy issues.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and council members. I think where you're close to landing is appropriate. Whenever you draw a line, you know, there's an issue about is there going to be a rush to that line. et cetera. One of the public commenters mentioned, and that was something I thought about, is every 3 years, the state increases the energy code through the building code adoption. And usually we get a little rush of submittals for building permit applications in December prior to them taking effect January 1st. That's okay. It takes a lot to be ready to start new construction and submit for building permits. You're not going to see a huge rush because people just don't have the resources or time to game the system in that way. So will a few additional people submit by December? Yes, but that's going to happen no matter what threshold you use. And I think where you're landing is a good spot.
Well, what about the projects that are in the pipeline, Mr. Casey? I think that was or did I miss your point?
So thank you, Madam Mayor and council members. I mean, you can make an earlier threshold date then if you want to. I'm just saying that from an energy code standpoint, and this is very similar to the energy code updates, it generally is at a building permit submittal. And if you do an earlier deadline by December 31st, then you're gonna have people who are gonna rush and try to meet that deadline. So it's a policy call on council about where you want to draw that line.
Thank you. Ms. Harmon, your thoughts?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Just circling back on this, I appreciate that. You explaining it again, Mr. Henschke. I know you did. I was a little bit turned around on where we had landed. So that sounds totally reasonable to me. I'm comfortable with that. And I just wanted to put it out there. I think recognizing that that's a traditional and sort of well-established point at which rights vest makes good sense to me. And I think it's probably better for us to be consistent with that precedent than to try to write new precedent on the fly up here. So thanks, Madam Mayor.
Thanks. Ms. Parento?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Councilmember Hardman. I was just going to add too that the types of review that are occurring in the discretionary review process versus the building permit review process are also very different, whereas one is more conceptual and visual, the other is more about the building systems. And so it's more relevant to this ordinance at the building permit review process.
Okay, so the motion would be then what's on the screen with the changes that Mr. Henschke had described prior. Ms. Snedden, was that your understanding?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I'm happy to make that motion in support without any of the other changes other than what Mr. Henschke described.
Thank you. Is there a second to Ms. Snedden?
I'll second that.
Thank you, Mr. Jordan. I'll make my comments if I may, unless anyone else who hasn't deliberated wants to pop onto the screen. We took this up at the committee level, and it was the same group that was looking at all the changes that we're making, the community choice energy program, setting our goals for reducing carbon emissions. And I just want to acknowledge that it's a big change for people. And, you know, we were all raised with burning oil and gas, and now we know that we need to greatly curb that use. So I'll be supporting the motion as is. I guess in some ways I'd like to go a little further. I would like any ADU or junior ADU to have to be a gas utility free, but we've made some compromises along the way, and I would be ready to vote for it as it is. So, and Ms. Gutierrez, your comments, please.
I'm ready to vote as well. I just would like to be on the record that I would really like for the city staff to really work on improving that communication with our community members. We have to remind ourselves, those that don't work for the city or not involved in politics, that most people are not up to date. And, you know, we are improving our city website, but it's still a little challenging to obtain information. So when an ordinance like this comes up, most people just hear bits and pieces of the details. And I really like to encourage staff to do that outreach before we make decisions in creating new policy, instead of doing the outreach after we create the policy, which is great as well. But let's really try to work on that communication with our community members, especially with the business owners, because businesses really help the community and especially the economy right now. And let's just try to repair that trust that within the community. And that's all.
Thank you. Well, I think we're ready to take a vote then, Ms. Clerk. If you're ready, if you're clear on the motion.
Let me repeat the motion and then let me know if this is accurate. A motion by Councilmember Sin, seconded by Councilmember Jordan, for the staff recommendation with a change to the ordinance as follows, and this is what Mr. Hinchke read. A natural gas infrastructure is prohibited in newly constructed buildings for which a building permit for construction is issued after January 2nd, 2021, unless a complete building permit application is submitted on or before December 31st, 2021.
I think it's 2022.
2022, okay, sorry.
Yeah, it was January 1, 2022.
Okay, let me just read that relevant portion again here. Okay. Natural gas infrastructure is prohibited in newly constructed buildings for which a building permit for construction is issued after January 2nd, 2022, unless a complete building permit application is submitted on or before December 31st, 2021.
I'm sorry, Mayor. Clerk, that was actually January 1, 2022.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sorry, one last time, I'll read quickly. The change is natural gas infrastructure is prohibited in newly constructed buildings for which a building permit for construction is issued after January 1, 2022, unless a complete building permit application is submitted on or before December 31st, 2021. Fair enough? Good. Councilmember Friedman.
Yes.
Councilmember Jordan.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Oscar Gutierrez.
Aye.
Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez.
Yes.
Councilmember Harmon.
Yes.
Councilmember Snedden.
Yes.
Mayor Murillo.
Aye. Okay, that passes. Thank you very much, Ms. Parento and all your staff, and Mr. Henschke for helping us with the wording. We'll close this item, also with thanks to the public who participated, and we will move on to our next item. And we'll get as far as we can get until we need to take a break, and our final item will be 29. So would you read 28 into the record, please?
Certainly. Item 28, State Street Advisory Committee appointments.
So Mr. Ramirez, I think, is going to come on and tee us up. Tonight we're choosing members of this committee. So go ahead, sir.
Great. Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. That item is a tough act to follow, but we will try. Next slide, please. As a recap, your March 9th meeting of the City Council, the City Council established the composition of the State Street Advisory Committee as followed, with 3 council members, 1 planning commissioner, 1 historic landmarks commissioner, 3 members representing property or business owners, 7 at-large members, and 2 alternates. There's no residency requirement to be appointed to the SSAC, but council can give additional weight to applications from persons who are supported or nominated by a community, nonprofit, or business organization, foundation, or other interest or stakeholder group. Next slide, please. State Street Advisory Committee applicant interviews were held on June 22nd, June 29th, and July 1st. The guideline for advisory groups require that applicants are required to appear for an interview before the City Council. The council was provided a list of applicants eligible for appointment. Next slide, please. Last week, city staff sent out a SurveyMonkey link that allowed you council members to make recommendations so that we could see if there were overlap of candidates to be appointed. This first slide shows that each of the council members responded to that survey link, and they each only answered one time. Next slide, please. In the first category of business or property owners, these are the applicants that have received at least one vote. The next slide will illustrate how many votes each of the applicants received. Next slide, please. So as you can see, Peter Lewis received 6 votes, and lastly, Michael Holiday received 1. And in between are a variety of applicants that received differing votes. Next slide, please. So to sum up the business property owner category, 1 applicant was recommended by 6 council members. 2 applicants were recommended by 3 council members. 3 applicants were recommended by at least 2 council members, and 3 applicants received 1 vote for council member. And so, Madam Mayor, members of council, I don't know if you'd like to just focus on this portion of the advisory committee, or if you'd like me to continue to the at-large category. I'm happy to pause at this time.
Yeah, I think go ahead and continue and show us the rest.
Sure.
Thank
Perfect.
you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Next slide, please. The next slide is the at-large category, and there's room for 7 applicants, but we asked council to recommend 10 to kind of give a broad range of applicants. So as you can see, the first 2, David Davis and Roger Durling, were the #1 vote getters, and then this slide and the next slide illustrates who else received other votes as well. Next slide, please. So as it continues with the number of votes, and I'll outline in the next slide or 2 how many votes each of these applicants have received. Next slide, please. And next slide. So it's in this example, David Davis and Roger Durling were recommended by at least 7 council members, and then it goes on from there. The number to the far right is the number of council members that have recommended that applicant. Next slide, please. So in summary of the at-large category, 2 applicants were recommended by 7 council members. Another 2 applicants were recommended by 5 council members. Another 2 applicants were recommended by at least 4 council members. And lastly, 3 applicants were recommended by at least 3 council members. Next slide. So in full transparency, we wanted to, because we did send this link to the council prior to the council meeting, we did want to provide each council member's recommendations for the various committees or various categories of the advisory committee. First was Councilmember Jordan, and those were his recommendations. Next slide. Next was Councilmember Friedman and his recommendations. Next slide, please. Next was Councilmember Harmon and her recommendations. Next slide, please. Next was you, Madam Mayor, and your recommendations. And I just noticed that I put 2 R's in your name, so I apologize. Next slide, please. These are Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez's recommendations. Next slide, please. This is Councilmember Snedden's recommendations. Next slide, please. And lastly, this is Councilmember Alejandra Gutierrez's recommendations. Next slide. So as you know, Madam Mayor, there were a number of applicants. I think more than 90 applied for this committee. At the end of the day, there were 66 that interviewed and went through this process. So you have a wide range of applicants to choose from, and I'm happy to answer any questions or anything I can offer as part of this process.
Well, let's start with the clarification. So we're looking for 3 that are representing business or property ownership.
Correct.
7 at large, and then 2
alternates.
alternates. So can we go back
Sure.
a few, the colored bars where,
So let's,
so I guess our first decision would be, do we accept the top three that got the business votes? So two of them only got 3 votes, but they did, make it to the top. So it's kind of up to us if we're willing to accept that. So can you go back?
yeah, it's slide 4. Go back one more.
And then with the at-large group, that would be 7 + 2, and you could see where that cuts off. So
Just whoever's doing the slides, it's slide 5.
thank you, Mr. Hamilton. I appreciate it. I'm sure there's folks that are in the audience that want to make recommendations, or I see some of the applicants themselves, maybe they want to give one last pitch for their nomination. So does anyone have questions at this point? So the thing to be thinking about is obviously the people who got 7, the people who got 4, that's a majority of us. So the question is, what do we do with the folks that got 3 votes? And then if we're in this question period, Ms. Gutierrez did have a question from earlier in the meeting about a State Street issue. So unless Ms. Gutierrez, you already got your answer on outreach to the businesses related to the sidewalks. Ms. Gutierrez, go ahead and while they're doing their thing, go ahead.
I think this question is for Mr. Casey. So there was a notice of correction that went out, and we did speak during the week, Friday afternoon. And like I shared to Mr. Casey, there was a property owner that hasn't even opened. There was another business owner that had gone through the process and had gotten mixed messages, and it was a Friday afternoon. And then the weekend comes, and we are hearing messages that people have to wear masks again, and business owners are afraid of another close, that they have to close down because of the COVID cases rising up. I just want to know an update from city staff, what happened on Friday or during last week, and just updates so the community understands where we're at, why those correction notices were given out, and who they can talk to for clarification. And I did mention when we talked about parklets and the sidewalks that I wanted a plan from the city staff on how we were going to provide a better ADA access on State Street. So where we're at with that. So Mr. Casey, if you can please just give us some clarification.
Yes, of course. Thank you, Madam Mayor and Councilwoman Alejandra Gutierrez. And I apologize. We had intended to respond back to you to your inquiry on Friday. So apologies for that. And Ms. Sarah Clark is able to come on and just kind of briefly give you a little status report. So I'll start and then turn it over to her. And then my only encouragement would be that we shouldn't go too far into it. It's not on the agenda. So I think a status report is fine. And we can follow up in writing with additional information as well. So what Ms. Alejandra Gutierrez, Councilwoman Alejandra Gutierrez is mentioning is the council direction to work on the sidewalk compliance on State Street and with parklets, and to make the sidewalks ADA compliant again, and only approve dining on sidewalks that go through our process for approving sidewalk dining, so that we can ensure that the sidewalks are open. I don't want to go into too much detail about the individual ones. Yes, there was someone who tried to put furniture out on the sidewalk prior to council's action because they thought it might kind of reserve their space, even though the restaurant's not open. They've complied and they've gone back in. And then again, they can apply it if there's room on the sidewalk to have that sidewalk dining. We can put that back out. And I know that we've been in contact with the other folks that you mentioned, Councilwoman Gutierrez. But at this point, let me turn it over to Sarah Clark for a brief status report about what we're doing in the outreach and the documentation that we have, kind of the plan, the guidelines that we have that are available to people and how they can access that, who they should talk to. So Ms. Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Casey. So, as Mr. Casey discussed, we've been working hard at trying to implement council's direction to improve accessibility and the accessibility that is associated with all of these expanded outdoor business areas by, first of all, clearing the sidewalk of all unpermitted and unlicensed items, and then going individually to these different enclosures that have been constructed on the street and making sure that those meet our accessibility standards. So the first portion of that effort has been focused on the sidewalks. We felt that that was the most sort of immediate and pressing need, and it's also the one that's the easiest to address. Generally, it doesn't require people to construct anything. Mostly it's just removing items that were temporarily placed on the sidewalk. So after council's decision in June, at the end of June, we issued a notice to all the businesses that we were able to reach, informing them of what that decision was, letting them know of the upcoming July 9th deadline to comply with the sidewalks, and also letting them know that ADA compliance would be strictly enforced going forward. So that was provided. It was hand delivered to as many of the businesses, again, as we were able to reach, certainly the businesses on State Street. We had our ambassadors out spreading that word. And then we also went door to door to some other businesses in different areas of the city to try to get the word out there. We also worked with the downtown organizations. They notified their members. So we did what we could to try to let everybody know that that was coming. And then the 9th was a Friday, so beginning the following Monday, on the 12th, myself and several other city staff members began sort of making enforcement sweeps throughout the city, particularly State Street, Coast Village Road, the other areas where these things are concentrated. Also, some sort of other random kind of parts of the city where we do have parklets that are out there. So in total, we at this point have performed approximately 150 inspections, visited about 150 different businesses. If we visited a business and found that they were out of compliance, they hadn't met that July 9th deadline to remove all unpermitted and unlicensed items from the sidewalk, then they were issued a notice of correction. So that notice of correction, generally speaking, gave them 1 day to comply. Because we're already past the deadline at that point. And again, these are mostly items that are pretty easy to remove from the sidewalk. If it was something that's more substantial that needs to be addressed, then we did give them a longer period. We're also willing to work with them if they need time, to relocate structures that are sort of more substantial. And so then we've been following up ever since then to make sure that we're in compliance. We issued, I believe, approximately 60 correction notices, and we've gone back, and at this point, nearly everybody has complied. It's a little bit of a moving target. Sometimes people comply when we go back and we do a follow-up inspection, but then, a few days later, we find that they've put their items back out on the sidewalk. So, we are trying to work with everybody to get everything compliant. At this point, I think we have approximately 10 or so businesses that may need follow-up action in forms of administrative citation. So that's been our initial focus. The next portion of this effort is going to be focused on having, again, actually bringing the parklets and the enclosures into compliance with the accessibility guidelines. So the guidelines for operating a business on State Street, as well as the parklet guidelines, which we began publishing way back when we first began this program, and we've updated several times since. Those do contain a section that is specifically focused on accessibility and that outlines those accessibility requirements. Now, in light of council's action, we actually went back and took another look at those guidelines. We added some diagrams to try to make them easier to follow. But those are consistent. They have been reviewed. They are consistent with the American with Disabilities Act. And so those are the guidelines that everybody is going to have to adhere to. And again, that's nothing new. That has always been the case, that these structures and these enclosures were required to be compliant. So what we'll start doing, and again, sort of likely next week, we're giving them a bit more time because this might involve some more physical alterations of the structures. We'll be going and actually visiting those enclosures and those structures and inspecting them for compliance with those guidelines. And then we'll begin, again, sort of the same process of issuing a correction notice and then issuing a follow-up citation if we don't have the changes that are made in time. So I hope that is, oh, yes, Mr. Casey?
Could you explain where people could find those guidelines, how that, and who they should contact if they have questions about them? What kind of resources are available to businesses in that regard?
Sure. So those guidelines are located on the city's website. If you go to, I believe there's a sort of a COVID-19 business resource page, and if linked right from the homepage under one of the drop-down menus is temporary outdoor businesses. So you can go there, and those are all posted on our website. We have also, when we visited the businesses, we try to hand those out. Prior to this effort, our ambassadors, again, have made multiple sweeps and handed out guidelines. So those are available. They're available online. And if anybody has questions, they can contact me.
Very good. We really have to leave it there, Ms. Gutierrez, because we're not agendized to talk about it now.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I just want to thank you, Ms. Clark and Mr. Casey, and hopefully we can have a longer discussion soon. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. So there's some good information for everyone. And if there are no questions at this point, we could listen to public comment and then circle back on how we're going to go forward. Mr. Gutierrez, questions?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I was just going to ask whether or not we could change our vote on people that we recommended.
Absolutely. That was clear in the instructions from Mr. Ramirez, right, Mr. Ramirez?
Yeah, so these were just recommendations just to kind of get a pulse of the city council's thoughts prior to the meeting. But at any point, if any of the council would like to change their mind or who they're recommending, that's absolutely okay.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions at this point? Then let's ask Ms. Gorman to check the audience for people with their hands raised to make public comment on this item. A lot of good people applied, and it'll be a tough making these decisions. So.
Very good. We have 3 persons who have raised their hand. We have Anna Marie Gott, Lee Heller, and Robin Elander. So, Anna Marie Gott, go ahead and enter your PIN, please. We will call on Lee Heller and then Anna Marie Gott. Lee Heller, please go ahead.
Mayor Murillo and members of the council, good to see you tonight. I'm actually in Chicago, so I'm participating long distance. I'm not surprised at the impressive list of finalists that have been compiled. We have such amazing people in the city of Santa Barbara, and I don't think you're going to have a hard time finding good people, just a hard time saying no to some good people. I'm going to make a pitch for appointing Dave Davis as the chair of this committee because he brings an extraordinary breadth and depth of knowledge of the city from 25 years serving it. And I can say, as someone who serves on a nonprofit board with him, he runs a hell of a meeting. So if you like your meetings tightly run, efficient, and yet democratic and inclusive, I think you cannot do better. And he brings a irreplaceable combination of those skills and that knowledge. So I look forward to a good outcome as you make your final decisions. And I look forward to the work of this committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker?
Anna Marie Gott, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, council members. So I'll second that in terms of Dave Davis being selected for the committee. He obviously has a depth and breadth of knowledge of the city that is unsurpassed on this list. I sent you an email earlier today, and that was regarding conflicts of interest. And if you don't take my email into consideration in regards to your appointments, especially when some of the people that I named out in my email are at the top of the list, I would highly recommend that instead of just listening to me, that you actually direct the city attorney to write a letter to the Fair Political Practices Commission outlining what you expect from the State Street Advisory Committee in terms of the area of State Street, the land use decisions that they will be making, which includes permits and licenses, as well as substantial issues that you are going to be making a decision on eventually, which is the use of the public right-of-way for outdoor dining and who will actually be allowed to rent that space. Anyone with property in and around the downtown, especially on State Street, will have a financial interest and have a conflict of interest when they are looking at a master plan for State Street. You cannot ignore the email that I sent or the requirement. These advisory board members have to be unbiased, and a property owner, a developer, in some cases architects and land use planners who work downtown and have business downtown and earn more than $500 a year and have a reasonable, foreseeable expectation in terms of a financial interest must be eliminated. And if you don't believe me, direct your city attorney to outline everything that you expect and outline any conflicts of interest that are known, which is ownership of a building, developer and business partners with property on State Street, inheritance, your wife owns or works for an employer that has property on State Street. I don't think that you at this time, at this particular time, should be looking for another black eye at the city because you aren't actually taking things into consideration and doing the right thing for your constituents, which is to appoint unbiased members to a board. Thank you.
Ms. Scott, when public comment is over, we'll ask Mr. Henschke to address your email. Thanks so much. More speakers?
Our last speaker is Robin Elander. Robin Elander, please go ahead.
Mayor, City Council members, and staff, my name is Robin Elander, Executive Director of the Downtown Organization of Santa Barbara. The Downtown Organization has been in existence for more than 50 years, supporting the downtown business community with a board of over 30 representatives of businesses and property owners from downtown and a professional team of staff that daily supports the various needs of our business community. If selected to the State Street Advisory Committee, I would work to leverage these resources and deep knowledge to further support the goals of this committee and fairly serve the downtown business community. I'm very impressed with the diverse and strong representatives on this applicant list, many of those that I've had the opportunity to work with, and so many people that I would be joyous to collaborate with. You have very difficult decisions, and thank you for considering my application.
Thank you, Ms. Elander. Ms. Gorman, if there's no other public speakers, I'll ask Mr. Henschke to come on. Okay. Sir, did you see Ms. Gott's email and your response, please, about conflict of interest?
Yes, thank you, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. Can you hear me? My headphones went bad.
We can hear you.
Thank you. At the time that this committee was initially envisioned, we actually did contemplate all of the issues that Ms. Scott raised in her email. And it's important to remember that this particular kind of committee is a limited purpose committee. It is a limited duration. It has a limited purpose. Its purpose is to prepare a report and recommendation for other decision makers to adopt a master plan. It might be the planning commission. It'll ultimately, obviously, be the city council. But this type of limited advisory body is allowed under the Political Reform Act to have stakeholders on it. There are many times when a local government agency will want to have a committee that has stakeholders in order to get full representation and a full discussion of all the views in an advisory capacity. Therefore, as indicated in the CAR that was presented to the council in connection with this, we summarized our conclusion, which is that the members of the State Street Advisory Committee are not considered to be what are termed public officials under the Political Reform Act, and therefore the members would not be subject to the disclosure and disqualification requirements of the Political Reform Act. I will also point out that the Political Reform Act does not establish qualifications for office. It establishes disclosure requirements and disqualification requirements that apply to public officials and public employees. Members of the State Street Advisory Committee that are appointed by the council, because of the nature of that committee, are not those kinds of public officials.
Very good. Appreciate your help. Thank you. Mr. Ramirez or Mr. Hamilton, if you'll go back to the screen about the business. There we go. Colleagues, these are the three at the top. Mr. Lewis got 6 votes, I believe. Miller and Elander with 3 apiece. I'm okay with that. Mr. Jordan, what are your thoughts?
Madam Mayor, if you're gonna start looking for the equivalent of straw polls, I would be fine with the top 3 also. You can start keeping a little score sheet maybe. Thank you.
I will. Okay. Mr. Gutierrez, your thoughts?
Yeah, I would like to change my vote from Michael Holiday to Marge, if possible. No offense, Mr. Holiday. You and I go way back from when I worked at Carp City Hall, and my involvement with MIT. Very much respect you, but yeah, if that's possible, I'd like to do that.
Okay. I have 1 vote for Caffarelli. I really admire Ms. Caffarelli too. So, Ms. Sneddon, your thoughts?
Yes, I'd also like to make a recommendation for Marge Caffarelli in that she has been a property owner and has done major developments, but is now divested from those interests, and so has both the perspective of bringing that forward, but then also is not no appearance of conflict in that as well. So I, for that reason, really like Marge Caffarelli in this position. I think Peter Lewis brings a very interesting perspective, and the only reason he doesn't actually have 7 votes up there is because I was confident that somebody else would nominate him. So I'm good with Peter Lewis. I'm good with Marge Caffarelli, and Robin Elander would be my straw poll on that one.
Thank you. Mr. Friedman?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. A lot of good choices here. I concur with Councilmember Jordan, with Peter Lewis, Robin Elander, and it's a very difficult choice between Kristen Miller and Marge Caffarelli. I do think that we do have an opportunity here as the city to work with the chamber, and the chamber does provide a lot of resources and a lot of outreach to businesses, and a big part of what we're doing is for the business community itself. A lot of local businesses. So I think just having them have a stake at the table where they can help us with a lot of outreach to the businesses would be invaluable. That's why I supported Ms. Miller. But so I'm again with Councilmember Jordan on the original top 3: Peter Lewis, Kristen Miller, and Robin Elander. Thanks.
All right. You know what we could do? We could take these 4 as nominated, and then like we do with the advisory group nominations, Ms. Gorman can call on each of the 7 of us and we pick our 3. So if you agree with that, I have a lot of respect for Ms. Caffarelli, and if we want to, again, she's number 4. Let's see if she can get, let's see if there can be 4 votes for 3 people. Mr. Ramirez? You're on mute.
Yeah, just one comment, Madam Mayor, members of the council. In the event that there is a candidate that the council supports that didn't make it to this category, they would still be eligible to be appointed in the at-large category. So just wanted to point that out.
Okay. Thank you. So council members, the 4 nominees are Lewis, Miller, Elander, and Caffarelli, as you see on the screen. Ms. Gorman's going to call on you and pick your top 3. Okay? Are we clear? Ms. Gorman, when you're ready.
Very good. Councilmember Jordan.
Sorry, wasn't keeping track of the order. Lewis, Miller, and Elander.
Mayor Pro Tem Oscar Gutierrez.
Lewis, Elander, and Caffarelli.
Thank you.
Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez.
Lewis, Miller, and Elander.
Councilmember Harmon.
Sorry, it's a little bit of a delay. Lewis, Elander, Miller.
Councilmember Snedden.
Lewis, Elander, Caffarelli.
Councilmember Friedman.
Lewis, Miller, Elander.
Mayor Murillo.
Lewis, Elander, Caffarelli. But it looks like it's Lewis, Miller, and Elander. Is that what you got, Ms. Gorman?
I'm checking. And if Mr. Casey or Mr. Ramirez are checking also, they can hop in.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I agree with your summation of the vote. Lewis, Miller, and Elander for these 3 business positions.
We congratulate them for being appointed as the business property owner representatives. And let's move on to the at-large positions.
I believe it's slide number 8. Yeah, there we go.
Thank you. Mr. Davis and Mr. Durling had unanimous support from us. Let's see if I can find my sheet. Mr. Saxon, Ms. Ehrman had 5 votes apiece. Diane Black, Suzanne Tejada had 4. So the 3 that had 3 votes, Courtney Miller, Hillary Blackby, and Michael Becker. And so this would be 7 plus the 2. So this would be the 7 plus the 2 alternates, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. Right, so there's 9 there. Ms. Snedden, what are your thoughts about the people who got 3 votes apiece? Or would you like to change your vote on the higher tier?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I was going to suggest that maybe those who got 7, 5, or 4 votes, that they might be moved in by acclamation. So that would be ending at Tejada. But then beyond that, 3 votes and fewer, for instance, I'd like to, Marge Caffarelli had support in the business, and then maybe she could be moved into that category, and we could do a poll to see how many votes she might have since she didn't make it as a business. So I think for myself, I'd be completely in support of Davis, Durling, Saxon, Ehrman, Black, and Tejada, as they already had a majority of votes. But I think beyond that, we should maybe look at them individually.
So we'll do an omnibus vote. And so we'll capture Davis through Tejada on that.
That's
what I would suggest. Do you need a second on that? Do you need a second? I'll second that.
Okay. I don't know if you want to continue to discuss, Madam Mayor, with council. I'm happy to.
We're going to keep talking, but unless someone objects, I think those folks who got 7, 5, and 4 votes should just be considered a shoo-in, unless there's any objection. I don't see anyone else popping on, so let's take a vote like we did last time for Miller, Blackerby, Becker, and Caffarelli. So with an effort to get Ms. Caffarelli in there. Any other nominations for this? Mr. Casey, you have a thought?
It's just a process suggestion. So you have 6 at-large that you kind of talked about that had those higher vote totals. What I would recommend that you then focus on who is the 7th at-large. And so just select one more person and then come back and do 2 alternates after that, because we're going to need your distinction about who is the 7th at-large versus who are the 2 alternates. So my process suggestion would be focus now on who that 7th at-large person is and then do 2 alternates.
Thank you so much for your clear thinking. You're absolutely right. So council members, we need to vote on one person at this point to be officially in the committee, and then we'll go back and pick the 2 alternates. So Ms. Sneddon, are you nominating Ms. Caffarelli for that 7th person?
Yes, but then also a consideration of Nathan Vonk. So either of those 2 and then the other for the alternate. So however that works in nomination, those are the 2 I would really like to see on there.
Okay, you're nominating Vonk and Caffarelli. Mr. Jordan, your nomination.
I'll nominate Becker. Mike Becker.
Thank you. Any other nominations for the 7th person? Ms. Gutierrez?
Michael Becker.
Okay, he's already on there, so you'll vote for him when it comes up. Ms. Harmon?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I'm not sure if I need to nominate Blackerby and Miller, but to make sure that they're in the conversation, I will nominate them.
Thank you. I think we did need to get their names on the list.
Okay,
so
great. Adding them. Thank you.
So we're going to take a vote, and you choose one, please, out of Vonk, Caffarelli, Becker, Blackerby, or Miller. Courtney Jane Miller, since we had another Miller. Is everybody clear about that? When the clerk calls your name, vote for one, and this will be the 7th person on the committee. Okay, I think we're ready, Ms. Clerk. Well, it's a tough one.
Very good. Mayor Pro Tem Oscar Gutierrez.
Blackerby.
Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez.
Becker.
Councilmember Harmon.
Blackerby.
Councilmember Sneddon.
Caffarelli?
Councilmember Friedman.
Becker?
Councilmember Jordan.
Becker?
And Mayor Maria.
Blackerby. So that's 3 votes apiece. Mr. Casey, should we do a runoff of Becker and Blackerby? Does that make sense to you?
I think it does, Madam Mayor. Yes. They both got 3 votes, and so we just have them be the 2 finalists and do another round of voting.
Better to get to 4, right? 4 of 7, at least 4 of 7. Okay, it's a runoff with Becker and Blackerby. And remember that either one of those folks or anyone else on the list could be the alternates. And the alternates would attend the meetings as well to keep up in case someone drops out. So it's a runoff, Becker and Blackerby. Go ahead, Ms. Clerk.
Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez.
Becker.
I'm sorry, Becker?
Yep.
Very good, thank you. Councilmember Harmon?
Blackerby,
Councilmember Snedden?
I'm sorry, I need a moment. I'm looking back through my notes. Just take me one second. I'm sorry. Can I
We'll come
pass
back
for a moment? Is that okay? Thank you.
Councilmember Friedman?
Becker,
Councilmember Jordan?
Becker,
Mayor Pro Tem Oscar Gutierrez?
Blackerby,
Mayor Maria?
Blackerby. Miss Snedden, you're the tiebreaker. Which one do you want?
Blackerby.
Congratulations to Ms. Blackerby on that. And now we get to choose two alternates. And I will throw in Becker's name on that one. So, okay, so now we're doing we're doing two alternates. No. Ms. Clerk,
Yes, Madam Mayor. I think you are now looking for two alternates, and so I would suggest doing nominations again, and then voting on the two alternates.
okay. So vote for two.
Yes.
Okay, so let's take nominations for the alternates, and I've thrown Mr. Becker's name in. Other nominations, folks? Ms. Harmon, let's go this way.
thanks, Madam Mayor. I'd like to nominate Miller.
Courtney Jane Miller, thank you. Mr. Jordan, your turn.
Mr. Bonk, please.
Mr. Gutierrez,
Miss Caffarelli,
thank you. Ms. Snedden. And remember, you can vote for two on this one.
I was going to nominate Caffarelli as well.
Okay.
Oh, is it two? Sorry, Vonk and Caffarelli.
Okay, we know how you're going to vote then. There's four nominees: Becker, Miller, Courtney Jane Miller, Vonk, and Caffarelli. So vote for two, please. And this is for the alternates to the at-large group. Ms. Clerk?
Okay, these are for the two alternates. Councilmember Harmon?
Miller and Becker.
Councilmember Snedden?
Vonk, Caffarelli.
Councilmember Friedman?
Becker and Bonk.
Councilmember Jordan?
Becker and Bonk.
Mayor Pro Tem Oscar Gutierrez?
Caffarelli, and Miller.
Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez?
Caffarelli and Becker.
That was Becker and who?
Caffarelli.
And Caffarelli.
So Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez, that was Becker and Caffarelli.
Correct. Thank you.
Mayor Maria?
Becker and Caffarelli. So Becker and Caffarelli are our two alternates. And we thank them. We thank everyone who applied. So Mr. Ramirez, that's it for the members of the public. And we now need to choose from our council who we want, but I'm not sure that we acknowledged that the Planning Commission has appointed Commissioner Roxanne Bonderson, and the Historic Landmarks Commission has appointed Ed Lenvik with Dennis Durden as the alternate. So council members, if you want to be on this committee, we can choose 3 and take the floor. Mr. Gutierrez, you can start and give us a pitch why we should vote for you. And then we'll do it just like the advisory board where we'll pick 3. Okay, Mr. Gutierrez, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As you all know, I was born and raised here and care very much about the community. And I worked on State Street throughout my life, at Territory Ahead and Metro Comics and various nightclubs. So I know what it's like to work in that main corridor. And I was also on the subcommittee for State Street, and I've spent a lot of time with the property owners, business owners, and clientele of State Street, and I just I'm not up for re-election this year, so I'd be able to stay throughout the entire year. So I would just like to further represent the Spanish-speaking community as well, so that at least somebody can be able to communicate with the other half of the population. So yeah, that's my pitch, and I'd appreciate your support.
Okay, Mr. Gutierrez is nominated. Ms. Sneddon?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to serve on this committee. I've been calling for a State Street downtown master plan since 2017. I've published op-eds on it, 2018. Really seen the need and the call, even before COVID, for an integrated plan for our, not just our businesses, but also our De La Guerra Plaza revitalization, library revitalization, and integrated in for our locals and what we can do for that long-term planning. I'm a long-term resident. I've been here nearly 40 years, raised children here, have enjoyed State Street as a youth myself, but then also as a parent of 22-year-old, 18-year-old teenagers and younger, and really see that we're not meeting the needs of the whole community and locals in particular. So I would really like to take part in this committee. I don't feel I need to be the leader of it, but I do feel that I would like to be present to follow through. Also just acknowledging conversations, 2017-18 with Anthony Grumbine, who was really instrumental in sort of developing the concept of the need for a master plan, Dennis Dorden, Cass Ensberg, Amy Cooper. These are conversations that have been having for a very long time to reach to this point. I'm very excited that we're here, and I'd be honored if I could be selected to serve on the committee.
Thank you. Ms. Harmon?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, I would also like to be considered to serve on this committee. I know it's clear that all 7 of us have a deep love for our downtown and a really strong commitment to it. So I very much appreciate that. I am the representative for downtown. A large portion of the area that we'll be talking about on this committee is in my district, so I feel a great responsibility to it and a great responsibility for it. I live downtown. I am on State Street every day. You guys have all heard me say this over and over again. Mara and I are always there, and I do think it's important that we get some younger folks on this committee, some folks with young families to bring that perspective. It is a constituency in this community that I think sometimes gets overlooked. So excited about hopefully possibly bringing that voice to this group, and very much appreciate your consideration. Thanks.
Thank you. I will not be throwing my name in the hat. Okay, Mr. Jordan, you will. Okay, go ahead.
Oh my God, but I just heard those older folks dissed, didn't I? So
right.
I'm scrambling around to find a picture of the 2 people under 7 years old in my household really quick. I'm hesitant to wander through my curriculum vitae. I'm very interested in this. I too have spent most of my last 20 years in city work, also inherently linked to downtown through board and executive members of Greater Santa Barbara Lodging Association and the downtown organization. I'm just going to do the work. So that's my pitch. I will do the work. I'll participate. I'll work my butt off. I'm not there just to sit there and listen. I will be someone who actually gets out and do the work. So that's my interest, is doing that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else want to nominate themselves for the State Street Advisory Committee from our council? Okay, not seeing anyone. The candidates are Michael Jordan, Kristen Snedden, Oscar Gutierrez, and Megan Harmon. So Sarah will call on us, vote for 3. And I assume if you're nominating yourself, you're going to vote for yourself and 2 others. Ms. Gutierrez, did you want to jump in too?
So in order for us to be considered, we have to nominate ourselves to this committee? I'm sorry.
Right. You're saying you want to be on the committee. Yeah.
I want to be on the committee. The reason that I want to be on the committee is that part of my district also has a part on State Street. I'm fully invested in the community, born and raised, and now I'm serving as a council member. I work very closely with our local families and youth, and I'm bilingual. So I want to throw my name in the hat.
Okay, so we have 5 then to choose from. And Ms. Gorman, if you'll do a vote, we'll see if we can come to 4 for 3 people. Okay.
Councilmember Snedden.
Oscar Gutierrez, Megan Harmon, Kristen Snedden.
Thank you.
Councilmember Friedman.
Councilmember Jordan, Councilmember Harmon, and Councilmember Alejandra Gutierrez.
Councilmember Jordan.
Jordan, Harmon, and Councilmember Alejandra Gutierrez.
Mayor Pro Tem Oscar Gutierrez.
Oscar Gutierrez, Kristen Snedden, Megan Harmon.
Councilmember Alejandra Gutierrez.
Megan Harmon, Mike Jordan, and myself.
Councilmember Harmon.
Councilmember Snedden, Councilmember Alejandra Gutierrez, and myself.
Mayor Muriel.
Jordan, Oscar Gutierrez, and Harmon. So Ms. Harmon, you're in. Ms. Gutierrez, you have 4, and Michael Jordan, you have 4. Did we count those all right? Mr. Casey, did I get that right?
That is what I had as well, Madam Mayor. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Congratulations. And so we need 1 big vote to approve Lewis, K. Miller, Kristen Miller, and Elander for the business category. For the at-large, Davis, Durling, Saxon, Ehrman, Black, Tejada, and Blackerby, and Becker and Caffarelli as the alternates. And I apologize to Ms. Bonderson. I knew your name is Roxana. I said Roxanne because that's what it says here. So Planning Commission appointee Roxana Bonderson, Historic Landmark, Lenvik and Jordan as an alternate, and then Jordan A. Gutierrez and Harmon from our council. Do I have a motion for that, please? That's the omnibus vote. Ms. Harmon?
Second.
A second from Mr. Gutierrez. Thank you. Any other discussion? Let's have a roll call vote, please.
Very good. This is a motion by Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Oscar Gutierrez.
It was Harmon.
oh.
Harmon, Oscar Gutierrez.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Harmon, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Oscar Gutierrez for the appointee as described by Madam Mayor approximately 6:31 p.m. Councilmember Friedman,
Yes.
Councilmember Jordan,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Oscar Gutierrez,
Aye.
Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez,
Yes.
Councilmember Harmon,
Yes.
Councilmember Snedden,
Yes.
and Mayor Maria.
Aye. Mr. Ramirez or Mr. Casey, is there any other business related to this item? That was a complicated one.
No, Madam Mayor, I do want to thank Mr. Ramirez for shepherding that through the application process. So thank you, Sam, for your work on that. And good job, council. That's hard. You had a lot of great applicants. That's a hard thing to do. It's an exciting committee. So we will set up an initial meeting of that committee in the next couple of weeks or so. We're just now hiring the lead staff person for that committee, but we need to have an organizing meeting of the group as well for the group to select a chair, get through some logistics. So we will work on getting that coming forward. So exciting times. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
And we will let the committee choose its own chair, with thanks to people who suggested who the chair should be. So thank you. We'll close this item. We'll take a 10-minute break and we will come back and do item number 29. And thank you if you've been waiting all this time for that final item. We're in recess.
Certainly. Item 29, adoption of resolution for a street widening setback variance at 421 South Memphis Street. Recommendation the council adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the council of the city of Santa Barbara granting a street setback variance at 421 South Memphis Street, APN 017313, 012, and authorizing execution of a street setback variance agreement.
Great. We'll call forward our staff member to give us a presentation. Mr. Hendel, how you doing tonight?
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. Adam Hendel, Principal Engineer in the Public Works Department. I'm pleased to be here this evening to provide a presentation on our street widening setback variance process and an application that we have received from the Blue Sands Inn at 421 South Milpas. Also with me today is Jessica Grant, Supervising Transportation Planner. Next slide, please. Okay, so the outline for today's presentation is first, city staff will be giving a brief presentation and followed by a presentation from the applicants. They have approximately 20 minutes, similar to an appeal. And then we'll follow with public comment if we have any, and questions from the City Council or staff or the applicant, and then ultimately City Council deliberation and a decision. Next slide, please. Okay, so before the City Council today is a resolution for a street widening setback variance on Milpas Street. 421 South Milpas is the first block just up from Cabrillo Boulevard. And the proposed resolution contains findings to support the grant of a variance, but for the limited purpose of ADA improvements and accessing the properties. Staff have been working with the applicant on this project, and unfortunately, we do not believe that the findings can be made related to the outdoor patio and related items. Next slide. Okay, so a little background on the street widening setback ordinance. It dates back to the 1920s. There was a lot happening in our city at that time, and the City Council passed a series of ordinances related to streets and setbacks, not zoning setbacks, but for the purpose of limiting building of structures in areas that we might need someday for future street widening. Here's a list of the different streets that this ordinance impacts. Milpas is one of them. Next slide, please. Okay, so a little bit more on the ordinance background. So the ordinance has contributed to the success of past street widening efforts, including projects on Milpas. This slide here is the 700 block of North Milpas, so just above Ortega Street. Milpas originally was approximately 60 feet wide there, and today it's 80 feet wide. The setback is 10 feet on both sides, so 60 plus 10 equals 80. And the ordinance has informed the planning of many land development projects. It's not often that this variance is before the City Council, and that's because often it's part of the process of the land development review, and the variance itself is not needed, but it has been part of the process. Next slide. Okay, so with that, Jessica Grant is going to give a little bit of information on the project and then the findings.
Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members, and I'm Jessica Grant, Supervising Transportation Planner with the City of Santa Barbara. Thank you, Adam, for providing the background on the street widening setback ordinance. So let's get into the details of the project. The applicant would like to make improvements and accessibility upgrades to the Blue Sands Inn. Some of those improvements involve a structure and fence located within the required 10-foot street widening setback. Due to these encroachments, the applicant is requesting a variance. Next slide. Items that are within the 10-foot Milpas widening setback do include the following, and just for reference on the slide that you see in the yellow area in the plan view for the project is the area of the project that's within the street widening setback area. And so what the applicant is proposing is the outdoor permeable paver patio. And also I want to make reference to the photo. That's just a bird's eye view of the proposed project. So it's a little bit better way to see some of the proposed encroachments. So again, the outdoor patio The double French doors that you see there to access the proposed patio, the 5-foot high glass patio windscreen and gate surrounding the patio area, removable gas fire pit, accessible ramp and handrails, as you see again in the photo in plan view leading up to the main entrance of the hotel. And then in the plan view is the van accessible parking space. Just a portion of the loading zone is located within the setback. Next slide. So in order for City Council to justify any variance, Council must have a resolution of approval documenting that the project meets 3 particular findings, and they're very detailed. I will go through each of them, and I will also provide a staff opinion on each. So the first finding is that there is an exceptional or extraordinary circumstance or conditions applicable to the property involved that do not apply generally to all the property affected by the setback line involved, and which produce unreasonable practical difficulties or unreasonable and unnecessary hardships in a way of adhering to the setback line or lines as established without the granting or leave for any variance therefrom. So with that particular finding, if you go to the next slide, we did feel that this lot size is very standard. It's a 100-foot by 100-foot lot, or 10,000 square foot parcel. There aren't any particular topographical constraints or environmental constraints on the property. With the exception of the Santa Barbara Inn that's right at the corner of Milpas and Cabrillo, all the other parcels on the block are half the size of 5,000 square foot lots measuring 50 by 100. We do feel that the outdoor patio and ancillary items are neither presented practical difficulty nor an unreasonable hardship. We do feel that there is a hardship with respect to meeting requirements of the American with Disabilities Act, also known as ADA. To meet ADA, there needs to be a handrail on the ramp up to the main entrance. And this is the only accessible path from the public sidewalk to the hotel's main entrance. We also support the small portion of the van accessible space that is located within the setback. Next slide. The second finding is that such variance is necessary for the preservation and enjoyment of substantial property right of the petitioner and consonance in harmony with the enjoyment of their property by other neighboring owners subject to the setback line involved. Next slide. For this particular one, staff feels that the finding could be made as the surrounding property owners only passively use this area. The proposed ADA improvements we feel are very nominal and only represent a partial encroachment. Next slide. The third and final finding is that granting such a variance will not be materially detrimental to the public welfare or injurious to the property or improvement subject to the setback line involved. Next slide. We do feel that the access ramp and loading space could be easily accommodated in the event that there was a widening improvement and would be subject to the recorded variance. As far as for Milpas Street is concerned, it is one of the gateways to the city's waterfront neighborhood. Future road widening may be necessary to accommodate either additional parking or a vehicle or bicycle lane. Next slide. While there's no immediate need in the city's capital improvement program for any improvements to this section, street widening setbacks again serve as a major purpose in protecting the general welfare of the greater community. There are strong state and local coastal plan policies related to access and parking. The city's recently council adopted local coastal plan has identified this block as an area as key public access parking area. And also the proposed bike facilities map and the recently adopted, council adopted bicycle master plan proposes a class 2 or on-street bike lane on this block. Currently, there is an on-street bike lane going south towards the ocean, but there is not a bike lane returning north on Milpas Street in this section. Next slide. It is our staff recommendation to council that the adoption of resolution for a street widening setback variance for 421 South Milpas Street be adopted, and that the proposed resolution contain findings that support the grant of a variance for the limited purpose of the proposed ADA improvements. Staff do not believe the findings could be made for the outdoor patio and related items as proposed. That concludes our staff presentation. We're here if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Council members, any questions at this point? Mr. Jordan, go ahead, please.
Madam Mayor, I have just a couple. Hi, Ms. Grant. One of your slides said one of the goals of this ordinance or this set of ordinances is not giving up the preservation of future widening or parking potential, right? But the ordinance itself, if we were able to make the findings and get past the, whatever you're calling the construction and set between the street and the setback lines, any granting of allowance for this would also come with a deeded requirement to remove the improvements anytime the city said to remove them, right?
That is correct. Yes, Councilmember
Okay.
Jordan.
So we're not really giving it up. We're just throwing another wrinkle in the fabric of what's taking place out there and what we'll have to go through to get it back, right? Does that make sense? Okay. And then there's a construction between the street and the setback lines, part of Title 28 reference to. I'm confused about the wording on in that ordinance, building, wall, fence, or other structure, as that relates to the proposed windbreak. And so do we have a history elsewhere in the city when you see those type, I'm assuming it's like 5.5 feet tall, so it must have like a little teeny, we're not seeing the details, but it must have like the equivalent of a curb underneath it upon which this glass would be mounted. Are there other instances in the city where we have called that a building, wall, fence, or structure? I mean, does it clearly fit into that category?
For our purposes, we would consider that a fence, but I think through the applicant presentation, they can help clarify the construction of the proposed windscreen.
So you'd call it a fence, not a structure, right?
Either way, yes.
Okay, well, I guess, can you tell me where there's another glass fence anywhere in the city? I'd give you the structure one maybe, but I don't know about the fence. So I don't really know where we have fences made out of glass in the city.
Mayor Murillo and Councilmember Jordan, again, not within a street widening setback. I think if I'm remembering correctly, at the end of Las Positas, the Boathouse restaurant has
Yep.
like a windscreen.
Right. So that would be in your mind a fence, right? Okay, fair enough. And then there's a reference in things that they're asking for, but you're not quibbling with, and that would be landscaping and a monument sign. And is it correct to make the assumption there that those are allowable because they're removable or easier removable than what is being actually proposed?
Yes, Councilmember Jordan, through the mayor, that is correct. Those are what we consider removable items and outside the scope of the street widening setbacks regulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thanks. Any other questions for staff? No, okay. So it's now time for the applicant to do their 20-minute presentation then, Mr. Hindle. And I have a timer that I always use for appeals, though this is an example. Ms. Allen, welcome to the meeting.
Thank you.
And whenever you're ready, I'll hit my button and start the clock.
Wonderful. Thank you. I'm ready.
Okay.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the council. My name is Trish Allen. I'm with Suzanne Elledge, Planning and Permitting. With me in the hearing, but not with their videos on at this moment, is Alex Kirkwood, the founder and CEO of the Kirkwood Collection, as well as Graham Lyons with Mullen and Hounsel, our legal counsel for the project. Next slide, please. So the image you have on your screen does show the existing site conditions of the Blue Sands Inn located at 421 South Milpas Street. Next slide, please. And this image that Ms. Grant also had on one of her slides shows our proposed improvements and an architectural rendering to illustrate those improvements. So I wanted to reiterate a couple of the project goals, not just a remodel and upgrade to this hotel, but a renovation to bring the property to meet current ADA requirements. We all recognize that is of ultimate importance. Another project goal has to do with the Kirkwood Collection brand standard, and that is to offer complimentary breakfast to their guests. And in this case, with a small lot that I will get into in a little bit more detail, the area in front of the building really affords itself to this guest amenity with the guest patio and with outdoor dining capability, and of course, views to the ocean beyond. If I may have the next slide, please. So these are the same images, but side by side, and I think you can really appreciate what the Kirkwood Collection, what their vision is for this design. And I'm inclined to point to the photo with my mouse, but realizing that you can't see that. So if we look at the proposed rendering at the bottom sort of center of the image, you can see the proposed ADA ramp that would lead one and provide an accessible path of travel into the lobby. Next to that ramp is the proposed patio with the glass windscreen to surround that and landscaping on the outer edge of that patio. I will later in our presentation talk about a previous design so that the council can see what we're trying to achieve with the temporary nature, sort of along the lines of Mr. Jordan's questions about constructability and features in the widening setbacks. So we did take into consideration the agreement that's required for this owner to remove these improvements should the city at some time in the future need to widen the right-of-way for whatever that purpose might be, vehicles or a bike path. But this proposed patio will allow for a very modest expansion of the existing reception area that's right adjacent to this patio on the interior. And I think that with what we've all been struggling with this current pandemic for longer than we ever expected, we can all recognize the critical need to have enough outdoor space for these businesses to survive in our stay in business in our community, any community really. I'm going to go through a few more visuals before I get into the technical matters of the findings, just so that you can really appreciate what the Kirkwood Collection is proposing to do. Next slide, please. So again, on the left, we have the existing view, the existing inn, looking out towards the ocean, and then the proposed project showing the proposed renovations. And I think from these perspectives, one can appreciate the beautiful view that would be afforded from the guest patio in front of the building. Next slide, please. Again, another view existing on the left, proposed on the right, and want to talk about the patio and the patio enclosure. Really a necessary component. It's in part it provides some weather protection, some windy days with that the ocean breeze, but also really a necessary element of this patio in terms of the guest experience and also the public in terms of security and safety, a way to kind of define that private space, and in a very beautiful design. One more visual slide, if we may. Next slide, please. Again, existing conditions in the proposed rendering, and I did want to make sure I let everybody know that the renovation is designed by architect Don Sherry. We really embrace this design. We've presented it to the Architectural Board of Review. They did review this project in early June, and we received, I'd say, overall positive comments. They find that the improvements are appropriate. They understood that the land use decision would be to council. But what they did ask us to make some minor adjustments to the design, which we're studying, but this was a first step before, of course, we go back and present a final design to gain their approval. But I think that when we look at these two views next to one another, we can all agree that this represents a pretty significant upgrade to this block of Milpas Street. It really enhances the pedestrian experience, the streetscape, aligned with the major remodel that happened next door, which we'll be talking about a little bit too, that really activates this block of Milpas Street. So I just wanted to make that note too. So now a little bit more into the technical aspects of the findings. We respectfully disagree with the staff recommendation. That's why we're pressing on and presenting this project to you. We feel that the proposed improvements are very light and provide an amenity to the city and an improvement to this hotel that's very reasonable. And again, elements that are easily removable. That's exactly how we approach this design. If I may have the next slide, please. So, oh, I'm sorry, I got ahead of myself there. I thought that this was, before I'm back to, please. Okay, PDF 8. PDF page 8. Is it Mr. Hamilton that's running the slideshow? If I may have page 8. Thank you. Right there. Wow, one more. Apologies. I just got ahead of myself in talking, not in the slideshow. I wanted to point this out to the council as well, that the sidewalk along here is relatively new. So the image on the left is November 2017, when there was not a public sidewalk along this block of Milpas Street. And then I'm not sure, I believe it was a city public works improvement project or a capital improvement project that completed the new 6-foot wide sidewalk along this frontage. Okay, now I'm ready for the next slide as we segue into some comments about the variance. So just very quickly, we have an image on the left that shows a path of travel from the reception area out to the proposed patio, following the arrows and going down the page, if you will. providing an accessible path of travel to a guest key that will be remodeled, where we're proposing a door right where that arrow is going into. In consultation with our accessibility specialist, he's advised us that this provides adequate ADA access, whereas without the patio, the path of travel that would have to traverse the public right-of-way would not be allowed into that new guest key. Next slide, please. So before I talk the specifics about this image, again, in terms of an exceptional circumstance with the subject property or a unique nature to this property, while staff is correct, the property size is 10,000 square feet. The parcel size is in this neighborhood, just like the land uses, have a pretty wide range of uses. We have single family residential, multiple family residential, we have some vacation rentals, and we have hotels. So you can see the Blue Sands Inn property is quite small compared to our neighbor at the Santa Barbara Inn. It is a property that has non-conforming features. When it was built in the 50s, I'm not sure what the zone district was, but I know that we didn't have the development standards that are in place today back in 1953. So really the building encroaches into a required front setback. So I'll get back to that point in a little bit. So there is an exceptional circumstance to this property. It is non-conforming, it is smaller. We feel that there is an unreasonable hardship as we compare to other hotels in the area. And one aspect of that is how much of the 10-foot wide setback consumes the overall lot area. So Blue Sands, approximately 11% of the lot is within that setback, and versus the Santa Barbara Inn property, where they only have about 3% of their lot area in that setback. Next slide, please. Again, part of our analysis is looking at, I mean, it's really the finding that says that there's something unique to this property that can't be provided, similar to what other properties are able to do. So on the screen, you see a vicinity map with the Blue Sands Inn called out in blue appropriately. Next door to us is the Santa Barbara Inn. Down Cabrillo to the east is the Marmonte Hotel. And then to the west, we have the Hilton Santa Barbara. So next slide, please. So here we have images of these three examples showing and demonstrating that they all are afforded an area of outdoor dining, seating with views to the ocean. And again, we feel that this is a compelling point with the Blue Sands Inn proposal to allow outdoor seating that have ocean view dining opportunities that are similar to these other hotels in which the Blue Sands must compete. Next slide, please. We've talked a little bit about the Santa Barbara Inn. I hope you can see this. So again, we have the Blue Sands Inn property with the blue arrow. Next to us is the Santa Barbara Inn. This is a survey that we conducted because as we were looking at the proposed patio and discussing the improvements with staff, we of course looked to our neighbor, and it felt like the building was pretty far out there, right next to the sidewalk. So we did some investigating and we had a survey completed. So you can see the dashed red line that runs across the frontage of both these properties, that represents the 10-foot street widening setback. And then we have highlighted in yellow building improvements, structural improvements of the Santa Barbara Inn that encroach into that area. So the point of bringing that up is that this building was, approved, allowed and constructed within the Milpas setback. And what that did is afford them another area on their property where they can have a generous space for outdoor dining, which would be on the other side of the property facing Cabrillo. So this is a little bit hard to see, so we have some images that we can show you. Next slide, please. So those features that we're crossing over that red line are called out here on this slide. The main entry columns encroach, these columns that are pointed to, and also the planter wall. And I think you'll really understand this if we go to the next slide, and we can see what that looks like from the viewpoint of the Blue Sands Inn looking towards Cabrillo. That would be the panel on the left. And you can see those features sticking out towards the sidewalk. Again, closer up, a view from the Blue Sands side towards the entry. And then the last panel is a view from Cabrillo Boulevard at our backs, looking towards the Blue Sands, and you can see that planter encroaching into the Milpas setback. I have the next slide, please. I wanted to show this site plan view. It is a sheet from our plans for the landscape plan. And I think what it does is it really highlights what I was speaking to earlier about the aesthetic improvement. This is just a small area of the property, but it brings so much to the function and the guest amenity that is afforded to other hotels nearby. And just really quick, I don't see a timer, Madam Mayor, so I'm not sure where I'm at with my time limit.
Mr. Hendel said 20 minutes generally. You're at 3:49, so just keep going.
Yeah. 3:49. Okay.
You have 4 minutes left.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I'm trying to wrap up. Thank you. And then the next slide, please. I referred to this earlier on. This was our original design concept that was modified. So we've been talking and working with staff over this proposal for about a year. And in this design, you'll notice some more structural components that we originally proposed: the overhead wood beams for the trellis, the support posts, and then a little pony wall that provides that structure to that feature. And so at the time, staff felt that this went a little too far for, supporting the findings for the variance. So that is why we changed the design to the current design, because again, the term I like to use is, easily removable, something that can be removed should the city decide that they need to widen the street for whichever purpose that may be. At the time, staff felt that the permeable patio and the gas fire pit were supportable. But as time moved on, more work was done, more meetings, I suppose, and here we are today with the only components that they're supporting are the ones that are really mandated. And back to this visual, again, representing what we're trying to do here, something really beautiful for our community, and enhance it and make this hotel competitive with the others in the area. And I'm looking to my team member. Am I good? And that concludes our presentation.
Okay, thank you. Are there questions for Ms. Allen from the City Council? Ms. Sneddon, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Ms. Allen. I had a question about how removable that patio or fence might be if the road were to be widened, and if there's any consideration of how easy you could make that for the city to do if that were necessary, if that could be seen as a temporary structure or not, and what could be done with that.
Well, I'm not a construction expert, so I'll have to qualify my answer, but the improvements are not structural in that they're not attached to the building, so they are freestanding. I mean, certainly the support posts to the glass have kind of like a fence post, and I believe oh, I apologize. I thought I was getting a more technical description of the support system there. But, you know, I wouldn't anticipate that heavy equipment would have to, well, even if we had heavy equipment, I think that it's a matter of hours to remove this feature.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think I've answered your question.
And if that could be formalized in some way that it's considered a temporary or removable, not temporary, but removable structure if needed, that would make a difference to me, for instance.
And Madam Mayor, Council Member Sneddon, just to reiterate that that is a clear understanding on my client's part, the owner's part, that in an agreement that gets recorded on the title of this property, that these features would need to be removed in the event that the city needs to expand their right of way here.
And would that be at the owner's expense?
That's correct, at the owner's expense, not the city.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Other questions for the applicant or Ms. Allen? Well, someone might have a question later, so don't go far. I guess I would like to pose a question to our city attorney related to this presentation. So I see an argument forming that we could allow something to go there as long as there's an understanding that it's removable. Sea level rise, there's going to be some changes. You know, it's a pretty important area down there. Mr. Henschke, would we, if we allowed something to go there, what would be the legal liability if then we wanted to take it over? Would it be considered a condemnation? What kind of trouble could we get in by allowing something temporary to go in there? They'll be making profit from it. I don't know. You tell me.
Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, I don't think you could get into any trouble, but they're really, when you were to if you were to widen the street, you would have to acquire the property, and we would have to pay just compensation for the property being acquired. The applicant is correct that in that event, they would be required to remove the improvements, and those improvements would not be included in the valuation of the property to be taken. So we're not really in a risk situation there. The real issue is whether the council believes there's sufficient evidence of extraordinary circumstances applicable to this property that allows you to make the findings that this kind of improvement within the setback area is permissible. And I would point out, don't quibble over whether it's a fence or not a fence. Basically, the ordinance applies to structures, and structures under the ordinance are basically anything that's built out of parts that's, you know, attached to the ground. And so it's not temporary in the sense that it can't be easily, you know, immediately removed, but it's not permanent in the sense that it won't be removed if the street is widened, because there's an agreement that the property owner signs that they agree that it is temporary and they will move it. So there you have it.
Thank you for reminding us that this is a land use proceeding and we're looking at legal findings. So thank you, I appreciate that. Mr. Jordan and then Ms. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Hensky, if you could come back, I just kind of want to walk through my concern with the ordinance again. So I don't think in forever that I've ever worked on a variance. And so this is a specific thing. And so when you have a like 2882-140 that talks about structures between the street and the setback lines being prohibited, that means they're prohibited, but the method to overcome that prohibition is the use of a variance and making the findings, right? So it's prohibited just in the sense of, say, a setback is only allowed to something, and the way around that is a modification request. This is just a different term, right?
In a sense, honorable members of the council, in a sense, yes. The ordinance basically creates a prohibition, and then it creates a way to get around that prohibition if you can make the necessary findings that the prohibition creates an unfairness to the particular property that isn't applicable to other properties in the particular area. And so it's cast in the nature of variance findings, but you're right when you said it's kind of an exception to the general rule through the variance. That's how the ordinance is structured. And so you have to come to council on a case-by-case basis, determine that there's something extraordinary about it. There's been evidence presented of extraordinary things about this that you could rely on if you choose to. And then the ordinance also says that in order to grant the variance, the property owner has to agree to remove whatever you allow to be built if you ever need to widen the street. And they've already agreed to that.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Any other questions at this point? We can check and see if there's folks wanting to make public comment. I see some people in the audience. Ms. Gorman, is anyone ready? Oh, Ms. Gutierrez. Oh, sorry.
I have a quick question. When we're talking about widening, the possibility of widening the street, are we looking into how far into the future?
Mr. Casey.
How realistic is this widening of the streets?
Say that again.
How realistic is this if we're going to widen the streets? How soon is this going to happen? Or is it just to keep in mind that there is that possibility? If I can get a city staff member to answer.
Casey, Ms. Grant? Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Casey.
Ooh, I'm going to let Ms. Grant take the first step because I'm not aware of anything concrete. So I agreed with your statement, Councilman Gutierrez, about kind of preserving the opportunity in the future. But I'll let Ms. Grant see if there's anything more specific.
Mayor Murillo and Councilmember Alejandra Gutierrez, yeah, there isn't anything immediate in the immediate future. As Ms. Allen, the applicant, pointed out, there was a recent capital project to have some sidewalk infill as part of a Safe Routes to School project in this area to feeding for students that go to Cleveland Elementary School. But for the future, again, there is an immediate need. Our capital improvement program, LUJI, covers the next 6 years. That was just recently adopted. So there is no specific projects called out in that. But in our longer range documents, it's cited as an area particular for a key parking area, just being so in close proximity to the waterfront. It is also mentioned in our bicycle master plan for a future on-street bike lane. But again, there isn't a time for that. And I don't know as we go into the future if there's any other needs that may be unforeseen at this time, but may be needed in the future.
Thank you. Oh, that's all, Madam Mayor.
Thanks. Ms. Grant, I'll follow up with a question about, I know we're planning for the waterfront future related to sea level rise. I know it's in the coastal zone. It's a dynamic area. We don't want it to be as dynamic as we fear it might become, but would that be a consideration too? It would also be an evacuation pathway for the east side, for the Riviera, in case of emergencies. I guess I'll ask you about those two aspects.
Mayor Maria, that's a great question. And yes, as planning is working on the adaptation for sea level rise for that planning effort, I'm sure that there will be more of a focus with that. But yes, getting to and from an emergency access perspective is also a key consideration.
Thank you. If there's no other questions, we'll ask the clerk to look and go to webinar. And folks, this is the opportunity to raise your hand and speak on this item. Ms. Clerk?
Madam Mayor, we have one raised hand from Richard Clausen. So there's our timer. Perfect. All right, Richard Clausen, please go ahead.
Thank you, Ms. Gorman, and good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. You know, I am often at odds with the staff perspective offered to design review boards. In this case, though, I think they've got it right. There are portions of this variance request that merit approval. I concur with the staff's recommendation to approve the ADA improvements for ramps and handrails and parking, although the drawing suggests that the ADA access to the entrance could be accomplished from the parking lot. I also agree with the staff recommendation to deny a variance for a new patio within the required setback. The patio could be placed elsewhere on the property and not intrude into a setback that is designed to afford pedestrians with a comfortable path width and a pleasing buffer from the building. The current setback requirement is met by the applicant's neighbors to one side, that is 409 and 411 South Milpas, and are largely met by its neighbor at 901 East Cabrillo. Allowing the proposed patio extension would be a departure from the existing comfortable pedestrian flow, particularly with the installation of the glassed windscreen. The applicant has noted that the neighbor at 901 East Cabrillo intrudes into the setback near the corner, approximately 75 feet away from the project property. While I consider that a mistake by an earlier design review board, it is made worse to use it as a justification for additional mistakes now. Looking forward to the future, when the city might want to reclaim that widening option, I expect it would involve another contentious appeal. Because the building is almost 70 years old, it made me consult the city's 2012 historic resources element. I'm not suggesting any historic consideration here, but I will note that HR 2.3 says, review bodies shall not consider other incompatible development as justification for an additional potentially incompatible development. I cannot improve on that advice. Please follow the staff recommendation, split the variance approvals to allow the ADA improvements, and deny the patio setback intrusion. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mr. Clausen. Anyone else raise their hand, Ms. Clerk?
No, Madam Mayor.
We'll close public comment and go to the council. Mr. Jordan, let's hear what you have to say. This is an interesting question that we're faced.
One of those split the baby issues you used to love on Planning Commission, huh? So, a couple things I could totally agree with Mr. Clausen, the last speaker there, and that's that a justification based on what somebody else has done downhill from you, I think is a bad sales tactic. And also I cringe a little bit when I hear that somebody needs to do something with their property in order to make a living. But but from there I veer off widely, as I often do. The other two properties going uphill north from there are residential. They're condos and short-term vacation rentals. They are not hotels. There are only 2 such properties like this on the bottom of Milpas Street, if I can, the lower end of Milpas Street, and they're both hotels. They both serve a particular function to both the coastal zone, to our community, and to our visitors. This is, in my opinion, almost the definition of a constrained lot. It's almost built out all the way it can. I think its parking is probably grandfathered. Its parking is certainly unique. If you haven't walked it, it shares a pathway through its parking lot to apartments on the back end of the lot. So there is not space to really accomplish this sort of arrangement anywhere else. Sort of my kind of overarching goal here is that I think we should be supporting the establishment and use of engaged outdoor space in locations like this, both for community members and for guests, and doing what we can. And then the kind of final nail in the box of my argument is that this stuff we're talking about is easily removable, just easily removable. It's not like it's going to take a lot of work, and there would be no contentious legal issue on that or appeal, because it's going with the title to the property. The city owns that land, and if it had to be, the city would take it out and then collect it off their property tax. So I support it as the applicant is providing it, and there are findings to be made. And I'll just walk through my notes here on why I think the findings of 1, 2, and 3 could be made in no particular order. But it is a totally constrained lot. It's a small lot with a large use. And this is an attempt to maintain and improve on the presence of really what is an eroding or dying presence in our town, and that is these small motel type property on small lots that serve a particular type of client, not a client like down the street that's going to whatever we're calling Fest Parkers now, not a client that's going to the Miramar or somewhere else like that. They are attempting to do so with their current size lot, and while keeping up in the world of modern hospitality. And they have the ability to use space in front of their building with our permission that is wasted until we want that space back. They already are an approved and operating land use, beneficial again to both the applicant, obviously, and also to the community and the city. Again, and I think the outdoor patio use is consistent and a key contributor to the success of our local coastal use. And then just not really to say anything detrimental about Lower Milpas Street, but there is a world-class property on the corner, and to start working your way up the street with improvements that benefit the community, improve the aesthetics, and serve to help improve the vision of that, the look and feel of that part of town, is a plus in my opinion. So I would support the entire applicant's proposal, and happy to hear what everybody else has to say. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Yeah, let's hear who's next with their opinion on this. People are shy. I don't know. I actually think I'm in disagreement with you, Mr. Jordan, but I'll let Ms. Gutierrez go first. Go ahead, please.
I'm in support of the proposal that the applicant has. I support owners and property owners that want to put in more money and make their business a lot more appealing. And I do like the changes that were made. And like Mr. Jordan said, if it comes down to having to remove the patio area. I think it's pretty easy to be removed. I think that it would be a whole different story if they were gonna add in a section for more rooms, but I think this is a patio area that can easily be removed. And when you walk on that sidewalk now, it's a very clean sidewalk. There isn't, people can walk smoothly. The strollers can, you can easily walk two people side by side with the stroller. I'm supportive of the applicant's proposal.
Thank you. Anyone else? Mr. Friedman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just briefly, I'm in support of the applicant's request along with council members Jordan and Alejandra Gutierrez. I think Councilmember Jordan really articulated the range of issues. I definitely appreciate Mr. Clausen's comments, and in particular, the issue of what's next door shouldn't really evaluate into this. And I think that's a correct evaluation because you don't want to compound something in that sense. But just to add on to what Councilmember Jordan said, I concur that the special circumstances, this is a really constrained lot. And so it really precludes this type of use from occurring on it. And then just as we're coming out of the pandemic, and I think just as a society in general, we are looking for more outdoor opportunities. And this is an outdoor opportunity for people to experience Santa Barbara in a new way. And it's down by the waterfront, and it enhances that area. And there's other challenges on Lower Milpas there. So to have that take place and to upgrade the area and make it more useful. The other thing that that did sway me is that in the design of the improvements, they are designed to be temporary in nature so that they could be easily removed in the future. And then Ms. Allen, in the letter to us, talked about non-conforming structures. They're allowed to be repaired to a certain degree if they're not over 50% of the repaired and maintained, as long as they're not over 50%. And this meets that criteria. So it's so there's a lot of benefits to it. And then the last thing I would just say is there really isn't a use right now that's taking place. So the ability to have that be in use while any changes are years out, and to have that opportunity is something I think will improve the area. So I'm supportive, but definitely understand where staff came from on this, and want to thank staff for their work on it.
Thanks. Ms. Harmon?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, I think initially for me, I was leaning toward staff's recommendation, but I really was convinced by the arguments laid out by our three colleagues just now. I think it all makes good sense, particularly the findings that were articulated by Councilmember Jordan that made a lot of sense to me. And I was particularly swayed as well by the fact that there is formal agreement that these improvements are temporary and that they will be removed at the expense of the property owner, and that is being recorded on title. You know, I think it's sometimes one thing to say at T1 at point A that we all agree, we all understand, and then, you know, a few years go by and people change and understandings change. But when something's recorded in written form on title, that really does give me quite a bit of comfort that all parties understand what they're getting into with these improvements. So I will be voting with my colleagues. Thanks, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Anyone else with an opinion at this point? I can give mine that with all due respect to everybody who's liking the applicant's proposal, I'm going to stand by staff's interpretation of findings 1 and 3. These land use matters are easy for me. That's how I see it. It's clear. And I think staff is looking out for the interests of the entire city for the circulation in that area in case we need to widen the property. But I wouldn't be sad if the Kirkwood got to build their project. It looks nice. They're nice people. I met with Ms. Allen and Mr. Kirkwood. So just to say that, but I will be voting against what my colleagues have been saying. So, Mr. Jordan, did you want to fashion a motion?
I'm just going to read from the summary that we approve the resolution and variance agreement for the ADA improvements, but with the outdoor dining patio and ancillary items. And somebody on staff can correct me if I need to say more.
Mr. City Attorney.
Making the findings as part of my narrative.
Mr.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council and Councilmember Jordan, would you consider adding to your motion direction to staff to prepare an appropriate resolution with appropriate findings and return it to City Council for adoption on the consent calendar at the next meeting?
I would absolutely like that to be the motion. Thank you.
Is there a second to the motion?
I'll second it.
Okay, that was Alejandra Gutierrez. Thank you. Any other, thank you. Any other opinion before we take a vote? Okay, Ms. Gorman, roll call vote, please.
Hi, I'm going to repeat what Councilmember Jordan said, I believe, but if Mr. Henschke could just read again his addition. And I have to approve the resolution with the proposed ADA improvements, but with the requested outdoor dining and ancillary items.
And that staff will come back with the appropriate findings, right?
And
Mr.
direct staff to come back with a revised resolution and appropriate findings. Is that pretty close? I think so.
Very good. And directing staff to come back with a revised resolution and appropriate findings. And that is a motion by Councilmember Jordan, seconded by Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez. Thank you for your help. Councilmember Jordan.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Oscar Gutierrez.
Yes.
Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez.
Yes.
Councilmember Harmon.
Yes.
Councilmember Snedden.
Yes.
Councilmember Friedman.
Yes.
And Mayor Maria.
No. So that passes 6-1 with Murillo dissenting. We'll close this item and we'll go to committee assignment reports. I have a couple. We've been off for a couple of weeks. I'll start with, I met with the delegation from Sri Lanka. Sometimes being mayor, you get to meet people from all over the place. And it was an honor to receive Dr. Lelith Chandradasa and Aruni Bodeju. And they presented me with plans to bring a film festival to Santa Barbara next year, offering films made in Sri Lanka. So that's going to be nice. We did a ribbon cutting of the resource center at the Tahigas landfill. That's a better way to sort our discards and create energy out of the waste. And then a couple of weeks ago, I was at a dedication of Peabody Stadium at Santa Barbara High School. So that was wonderful. Mr. Jordan, a report from you?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Really, I don't really have anything to report, but I guess this information came from the Visit Santa Barbara board meeting a week or so ago. Interesting, really, despite the news of maybe the last 4 or 5 days on the Delta variant and the rejuggling on what we're all doing, the month of June in the hospitality world was higher TOT receipts to the city than the month of June 2 years ago in 2019. And in fact, the month of June was the highest ADR average daily rate in our city in the history of the city, which is really cool for a couple of reasons. Or for several reasons. One, it means that our marketing program that we entrust to Visit Santa Barbara is really working. And the fact that we got there with a high ADR, which the flip side to that is we didn't have like 100% occupancy. We had a relatively low occupancy, but a very high average room rate because of the pressure on the industry to travel, to people to travel. So we had less people in town than we normally would in a busy June, but both the industry and the city made more money despite that. And so kind of a cool little shift in the path there, and hopefully we're not getting ready to shift back in another direction. But there are definitely really good things happening, I think, in the world of local finances and coming out of the pandemic. And I guess we'll just keep crossing our fingers that we continue to come out of the pandemic and get people vaccinated so that we're not having to backtrack because of those who aren't vaccinated. So, but I thought that was a really interesting statistic that, the vacancy wasn't all that high, maybe in the mid 70s, but the average daily rate drove both to a new high and to levels of TOT that the city had not seen in the June of 2019 when we were really humming on all cylinders. So good news for us, I think.
Thank you for that report from the Visit Santa Barbara meeting. Appreciate it. Ms. Sneddon?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. A few quick updates. Attended the UCSB Economic Forecast Project, and along the lines of what Councilmember Jordan is saying as well, it doesn't look so bad. There was a lot of really positive news in there, and I encourage to relook at the webinar on that. Attended a Sister Cities International meeting, and really, really nice to be building community internationally with Sister Cities. And then also our Water Commission meeting, a consideration of solar panels along the State Water Project, which doesn't seem viable. The AMI, I know Councilmember Jordan is also a fan of that. That will be rolling out more widespread throughout the city. And then also discussion about our response to the drought that was declared by the governor, and really with our extraordinary conservation and our enhanced urban water management plan, the message is for us to continue on status quo because we already are exceeding the expectations of the governor's call for conservation. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Anyone else? I'd like to close this meeting. We honored Tara Holland Ford earlier this meeting. She was a dedicated, extraordinary pro bono public interest lawyer and an advocate for youth. And we close our meeting in her memory. Meeting adjourned.